there's something else going on. But what makes me a little bit more concerned is David Blau, who's their offensive coordinator. It's his first time, I believe, calling plays, being an offensive coordinator. Now, very young, bright mind. However, that's a lot to try to put on a guy in his first year, losing your tight ends coach. But I also wonder if it puts pressure on other organizations, other people, when they have this sort of thing.
Other people,
yeah,
when this sort of thing happens.
Yeah.
Just the timing of it is very curious because we just had the conversation yesterday about is that enough for you to lose your job over what you did? And it's the exact same thing outside of, he took the sobriety field test, but they said he failed it miserably. Which one is worse, saying I don't want to take the blood test and I'm trying to talk myself out of it and talk you guys out of taking me in? I'm not like resisting arrest. I'm just telling you y'all shouldn't arrest me. Or is it worse to just be flat out, I'm faded and I'm drunk?
It was suspicion of driving while intoxicated, refusing to take a blood breath test, and obstructing or resisting an officer without force.
Without force.
So in other words, he was like on one side of the car. The cop was on one side of the car. He's like, we're not going in. No, you gotta get me.
I don't know what it is.
No.
Have you guys ever been pulled over and given a roadside test?
No.
I have.
Well,
Really?
because
You get arrested?
because there's a
fine.
suspicion of you being intoxicated.
Because I went to go change the station on my car. It was late at night, and I was driving my girlfriend at the time.
And you swerved.
She was butchered. I was not. And
But
I
you
swerved.
swerved.
I swerved, and they pulled me
Well,
over.
there you go.
Gave me a roadside test,
and as they should have.
and I failed it miserably.
Did you really?
Oh, it was awful.
They took you in?
No, they were like, hey, okay, like let's do the breath test. I did the breath test, nothing. But like the actual.
You're just
weird,
you're just not an athlete.
You're just saying, listen, buddy.
You can't even,
That's weird.
you
did the wrong test.
You
did the wrong. I'll just take the breath away.
Damn!
Listen, buddy,
That
why'd
boy
you?
is white.
Listen, buddy, why'd you
He's got
fall
two
over?
left feet. Jeez.
You know what? We're gonna give him a.
Yes, sir.
And no ankles.
Before I write you this ticket, let me ask you something. Did you ever play high school football? They're like, you didn't play much, did you? You just rode the bench?
Got the.
All
All
right.
We're going to give
We'll
you a
let you off with a
citation
warning.
for that, too.
They gave me a DWW, driving while white.
Dang. That means you got off.
That's gotta be racist.
Football taught me you earn everything you get. So I appreciate a truck that shows up ready to work. The Nissan Frontier isn't trying to be flashy. Sure, it has the kind of rugged good looks you'd expect from Nissan, but it's built to haul what needs hauling and get you where you're going. It works hard all week, cleans up nice on the weekend, and feels as at home on the job site as it does at the tailgate. The 2026 Nissan Frontier.
Bubba Wallace here from 2311 Racing. You know what's slower than a pace car? Waiting at the car wash. That's when I fire up Chumba Casino. It turns those slow minutes into fast fun. With new games every week, you'll never get bored. Next time you're stuck in the slow lane, speed up with Chumba. Play now at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Congratulations, Salvador Perez.
Swing and a ball well hit. Left field, way back and gone. He's done it. Salvador Perez, number 318 in his career. He's now the Royals franchise leader in home runs.
The Royals' all-time home run leader plays right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5. The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, And I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your cash out anytime. Right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Chiefs Kingdom, it's hot as hell, which can only mean one thing. We're putting Cody and Gold in an outdoor tent. No water, no more snow cones. But you get to listen from an air-conditioned car or the comfort of your office. Cody and Gold are live from the practice field at Chiefs training camp all summer long. Real-time updates and one-on-one player interviews. This is your home for Chiefs football. Follow us on 96.5, The Fan. At The Fan 965, KFMC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station. Welcome into Fescoe and Dusty.
I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
A show that, analytically, exists between 6 and 10 weekday mornings on Kansas City's only FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, buddy.
Live from the studios that brought you.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Here's Bob Fescoe and Dusty Likens.
All right. Happy Tuesday. Nathan, you're a married man. I don't know if you get down on Tuesdays like Bob and Mac do.
Well, not with each other, but he's in Hawaii, yes.
Yeah. Well, with significant others. It's not just Taco Tuesday in the Fescoe household. Or now I guess we could call it the Maury household.
Yeah, the Maury household as well.
Or maybe the Williams household.
Yeah. Very good. You got to turn on your mic, Nathan. Nobody can hear you.
Yeah.
Hey, my bad.
There you go.
Silence is virtue.
I'm over here just rolling based on what you said. You got me
Yeah.
all excited, worked up because it's Tuesday.
You better turn everything on more than the mic on Tuesday.
We're married under a year. We're not restricted to just Tuesdays.
Okay, good. All right. That's very
so
good.
it's still fun.
I think, well, no, and not that it's not going to be fun, but I think when the kids are involved, and you got to kind of you got to kind of carve out time and plan things a little more. We're not there yet, so
yeah, and you got 25 years till pre-menopause.
Yeah, you got a couple of years on that, right? Yeah. How old's your wife? Is she over 30 yet?
No, she's
Perfect.
younger than me.
That's
She's
good.
27.
Wonderful. Yeah, you got about 25 years. Yeah, I'm doing the math real fast. You got about 25 years before that period of menopause begins, and anybody who's living that life right now, like we are, it's
She's probably
awful.
even more excited than I am.
Just get ready for when it's -10. Your significant other will think it's 100 degrees.
110 degrees. Yeah, every day at 1:15, my wife goes, "Here comes the hot flash," and there it goes. And I mean, it's miserable, man. Being a woman is so hard. It is. I mean, I feel for them. Like us as guys, what's the worst thing that we deal with? A splinter, you know?
Getting kicked in the nuts.
Yeah, maybe that lasts for 2 seconds.
Like twice in your life.
Right.
2 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, that pain dissipates fast, though. You go through this menopause and perimenopause and all this stuff. This stuff lasts for years for these women. I feel so bad for them. It sucks.
We have sports.
Got to be on birth control and you got to be pregnant. I mean, none of it sounds
It's
fun.
miserable.
No.
Yeah, like what women do compared to what we do. I mean, it's night and day. It's incredible what they have to go through. Guys, I mean, my God, if they gave us anything even remotely close to menopause, we'd lose our minds.
Yeah.
We're awful creatures.
Do you think guys stub their toes more than women?
Yeah.
Okay, we have that.
No, I don't know about that. My wife stubs her toe every morning. Like, you know where the dresser is. It's been there for 20 years.
It doesn't matter. Those things jump at you.
They do, yeah.
You know how frustrating this story is? Can we all just go ahead and say that Scooble's going to be a Dodger? Anybody want to take the field? On this one, I'll take the Dodgers. You guys can have Tampa Bay, Boston.
Yeah, that's the question, because the field this year, dude, is not great.
Small.
Yeah,
It's like 7 teams.
Because the Mets are out, obviously. I don't think the Yankees would be in on Scoop.
So this comes from Uncovered MLB.
Okay.
Developing story. The Los Angeles Dodgers have a trade package prepared for Tarek Skubal that will supposedly win 100 out of 100 times compared to what other teams can offer. They're just waiting for Detroit to stop effing around with this season. You split with the Royals, man. That should have been enough. To make it official that Tarek Skubal is available.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers just say, here's Teoscar Hernandez. We've got another 3 of those guys in our system.
And that's the thing, though. The Dodgers have a great system.
Of course.
Nobody ever gives them credit for developing a minor league system that is the best in the game. And then you can turn it and send these guys now and get your Tarek Skubal.
So can I be a little bit of an a-hole here?
Yeah.
It's probably easy to develop when you're giving away like top players for top prospects.
Well, they
they're
draft
getting-
well, though. They draft and develop well. They really do. The Dodgers get a bad rap for going out there and spending. They draft and develop very well in their organization. And you talk to people around baseball, they're more envious of the Dodgers minor league stuff than they are, with the major league stuff, because they've always have a stacked minor league system that allows you to go out there now and make these kind of moves. This is why the Yankees and Cardinals back in the day were so good. They had minor league systems. At least they told everybody that they were good. And then they would foist their players off and get these proven major leaguers back in return. And the Dodgers have it going at every level. They're the best run organization in baseball, and it's not even close from top to bottom. And so they can package anything. And Detroit should be trading Tarek Skubal right now, just like the Royals should be trading Michael Wacha right now. Not trading Michael Wacha is malpractice.
And Seth Lugo.
What's that?
And Seth Lugo.
Seth Lugo, yeah, but not trading both of those guys is organizational malpractice. And if I'm the owner of this franchise, the Royals, and you're not trading Lugo and Wacha and getting people back in return for a minor league system that's bottom third in baseball right now, I don't know what we're doing here. I would have some serious questions if I'm the owner of the Royals and those two trades are not happening. And then you see Tarek Skubal, and you're right, he's going to get a big haul. And you had asked me the other day, I think it was Saturday, you're like, would you rather be like where the Tigers are or where the Royals are? And I'm like, I'd rather be where the Royals are right now than where the Tigers are, because the Tigers could potentially fake themselves into thinking they're competing and miss out on a great opportunity to trade a guy who's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
They're 50 and 57.
Yeah.
They're 50 and 57. What
right.
are we talking about? And they were like 55 and 55 when they took off on that huge run a few years ago. It was a historic, storm back, make the playoffs on the last day of the season. That doesn't happen every year, and they're 5 games under that now. My thing with Skubal is the rest of the teams that might be willing to go all in to the level that you would need to acquire him to put a package together, they don't need starting pitching. The Brewers,
right.
The Phillies, the Rays, these are these teams' strength. The problem is the Dodgers just get richer and richer and richer, and they just keep throwing more, and they just more and more assets, more and more and more. And so I'd probably go with the Dodgers.
Yeah, but
the field.
who's going to outbid the Dodgers though? That's the other thing. Like, and you bring up the good point. Anybody who needs pitching or anybody who would be involved in this really doesn't need pitching at this point in time. The bats are the big thing that people want.
I don't think you could name one draft pick the Dodgers have made since 2022. There's not a name in there that I can even think is familiar.
Okay.
I mean, so I don't know like who they're developing because they just go and like buy their roster and then they just send all their picks to other organizations. I mean, like Eric Parker, Evan Shaw, Jackson Nicholas, Isaac Ayen, Chase Williams, Hunter Elliott, Zachary Root, Charles Davalin, Cam Litter, Landon Vidorek, Aiden West. I mean, I just don't know any of these players. But again, like the Dodgers, what they do is they just draft all these players in their system and then go get like guys like Tyler Glasnow and send them to Tampa Bay, and then maybe one hits for Tampa Bay. But that's just what they do. They can just that's what they're capable of doing because they spend money, man. But they're looking like they're going to be one of the front runners for Tark School because they're starting pitching. Gosh dang it, man. Glasnow's hurt. We don't know about Blake Snell. Yamamoto's a stud. Romy Sasaki's a great player. You know, Shohei Ohtani may not pitch again, so they lost 3 pitchers. Oh man, better go get Scoop.
I mean, it is weird to say, to expound on my point. Out of all the teams that are leading their divisions, the Dodgers are probably one of the needier for starting pitching based on those injuries, and that's crazy to say, just based on the amount. Just like I said, the rich keep getting richer. They have all these guys here, but they're down, they're hurt.
Yeah. But you look at the numbers, and I'm kind of doing that right now where their system is. The Athletic has them number 2 overall. ESPN has them 4th overall. Baseball America, top 5. They also hold 20% of outfielders ranked in MLB's top 100. So, I mean, you've got a lot of prime talent there when it comes to those outfield bats down in the minor leagues. And so they're going to be wheeling, they're going to be dealing, they're going to be making moves. And that's the beauty of the minor leagues. Even if these guys never come up to the big league level, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Cardinals, all back in the day did a great job of promoting their minor league prospects. And you knew if the Cardinals or Yankees were talking about a minor league guy, probably somebody you really didn't want if they weren't that good. And they would go out there and they'd trade these guys and you'd make these big time moves. And that's what the Dodgers have the opportunity to do. That's why it's important really to have a good minor league system so you can improve at the big league level, just like the Royals did in 14 and 15. And I guess Sunday was the anniversary of the Johnny Cueto trade. And you look at the players they gave up. None of those guys ever went on to do diddly poo, in Major League Baseball. Most of the prospects you trade to get those big time players back in return don't do a whole lot, at the big league level. But you've got to try and you've got to make those trades. And the Dodgers are going to do that. They've got the collateral to be able to go out there and do it because they've done a nice job with their entire system from minor leagues all the way up to the big leagues. I mean, we should all be jealous of them, really.
Nathan, Vita Vea, yes or no?
No. Hard pass.
Okay.
Really? Why?
Contract, acquisition cost, and you got Vita Vea light at home in Kyrie's Tonga.
Yeah, those are 3.
That's why you advert to the lawyer.
Yeah, no, it's true. But I would have said that as well because I was thinking about it last night. As soon as the Vita Vea name came, I'm like, they don't have a lot of money. They have invested in their defensive line, right? With all these young rookies that you've got on the defensive line right now from last year and this year. And the acquisition cost is probably going to be big. And then you have to pay the contract. Yeah.
A second, plus he's got like $70 million left on that deal, and
he wants a new one. That's why he wants to be traded. Yeah, it has nothing to do with he doesn't like Tampa anymore. He just doesn't like his contract.
The interior of the defensive line is a strength. We consider that to be a strength on the Chiefs roster at this point in time, right? Like,
well, you got a lot of
Peter
guys.
Woods. Yeah. So maybe prior to this offseason, I would have been like all in on Vita Vea. Yeah. But right now, I think I'm good.
You're going to invest in. Was it Norman Lott, Ashton Gelati, Chris Jones, Peter Woods, and then you have Karlaftis, R. Mason Thomas on the outsides, as well as Tonga on the inside as well. So roster space is one reason, but man, Vita Vea's just a big old body.
I know. I got kind of excited thinking about it though.
That's the first thing that always pops into my head because it always seems to pop into the algorithm on social media. As soon as a guy's like, "Oh yeah, I want to be traded," it's like seems like a good fit for Kansas City. Here's my story. But I don't know, man. I just think this defensive line could use as much help as they possibly could.
I agree. That's why I was excited about it.
Now, again, Nathan makes really good points. Like the contract is going to have to be pretty big. And are you going to give, what is Vita Vea, like 32 probably?
Yeah, he's 31.
Yeah.
He won't be 32 till after the season, but I just wonder, is this a guy whose best days are behind him, who's pining for that last big payday? And that's if I'm the player, of course that's what I'm doing if I'm him. And look, don't get me wrong, if the Chiefs, if a press release came out and Vita Vea is a member of the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm psyched. I'm not like, but this is probably not a guy that I'm willing to give up. I think I heard a second and a fifth is what they're asking for, maybe a second and a fourth. For a guy on the wrong side of 30, you already got one of those in your defensive tackle room. I don't know. I think
the way Bob loves Tuesdays is the way Brett Veach loves picks in the second and fourth round.
That's true.
So good luck getting rid of those things.
He'd probably that fourth out of his cold dead hands.
Hey, Nate Taylor joined Cody and Gold yesterday to talk all things about the Eric Bieniemy story, plus Andy Reid spoke as well, plus how the NFL could piggyback off something the World Cup did this summer. Here all next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty.
Brett Veach has the most underrated chest I've ever seen.
On your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, erectile dysfunction can affect more than your sex life, right? It can put a strain on relationships, impact your confidence, and leaving feeling frustration, anxious, and embarrassed. And at Heartland Men's Health, they specialize in helping men overcome sexual health concerns with personalized treatment plans designed around their individual needs. The truth is, many men live with ED for years before seeking help, but they don't have to. For most men, effective treatment is available right now. Heartland Men's Health uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. So call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Schedule that consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is $99, includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have 3 locations, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Lawman, Jungle Law.
It's the Lawman. If you've been injured in a motor vehicle accident, call me ASAP. 816-816-9111. I recovered millions for my clients. Take it away.
The Lawman gets results. Jungle Law. Call the Lawman. Let the fight begin. The Lawman gets results. Jungle Law.
Come see me get roasted August 1st at 7 p.m. at the Uptown Theater. Go to junglelaw.com for details.
The choice of a lawyer shouldn't be based on advertisements.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked In buildings, stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. July 30th is Miracle Tree Day. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations, and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. DQ, happy tastes good.
The best football contests are back out in Las Vegas with Circa Sports. $30 million in guaranteed prizes, no rake in any of the 3 contests. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Or Circa Survivor. You pick one winner each week, the last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Hey, this is Trey Smith, and you're listening to your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
We'll get into all the audio in case you missed it yesterday. Is Nate Taylor, who had the article that came out yesterday about 8:45 a.m. yesterday about the Eric Bieniemy situation. Some cuts on that coming up a little bit, plus Mahomes on if what his plans will be playing with the brace on his knee, which has been the one of the biggest topics of the offseason. What Mahomes will look like in 2026, heading into this season after last year's ACL surgery. But you had this little comment up here that we didn't get to on the last part, where the World Cup showed that for major events, people will watch regardless of the time.
Yeah, they did a nice study, obviously, after the World Cup, all these kind of early games, and teams and leagues now are looking at that and going, hey, maybe we should move up our game times, a little bit. We don't need to have the Super Bowl at 6:30 Eastern time. We don't need to have the AFC and NFC championship games at 5:30 or whatever time they run. We can move these things up because people have shown that they will watch big events no matter what time of day they are on. I mean, we're watching World Cup games that don't even feature our team, and you're getting 60 million strong. It was the biggest number that anybody's ever done outside of the NFL for TV. And so now the TV executives, and this was from Front Office Sports, are starting to look around and say, hey, you know what? Maybe it does work. Maybe we can play these games a little bit earlier, and that's what they're doing at Fox Sports now. The president of Fox Sports says, I think it's definitely safe to say we're going to see more movement into these afternoon windows and earlier windows overall, which for you and I is beautiful news and music to our ears. But I think fans want that. Fans are tired of being up till 11 or 12 o'clock at night in most of the country to watch a game.
Yeah, one thing I've always, since I got a first taste of it, I was quite addicted to it, which was the early kickoff games in the NFL when they play them, obviously, over in London or wherever it may be. It's like an 8 a.m. kick. Yep. Now, I understand that, you have people that have church on Sunday, and there's those sort of things, those activities. There's winter sports go on throughout the winter. I mean, I just found out this past weekend that there's about a month of zero sports, and then it starts because I was out to eat with some friends and their daughter was with us. And
July is a dead month.
They were like, what sports do you want to play? Like that pivotal age of 10, like, hey, you played soccer, volleyball, basketball, baseball, or, all this stuff, softball, basketball, all this. What do you want to play? And, narrowed it down to 2 sports. And I was trying to talk to my friends, like, what age were you when your parents were kind of like, what sports are you really in love with and what sports are you not really in love with? And it wasn't more so, I think as a kid, I didn't realize this, but it wasn't so much more like my parents were like, you only can have 2, but it was like, since sports are so expensive and time is a virtue, you kind of have to have this sort of plan where it's like, do you really want to play soccer? Do you really want to play this sport? And so I think there's a little bit of that as well with Saturdays and Sundays. I know not every kid is super competitive, so not everybody plays Sundays. Most play Saturday. But I've always been very, very much so in love with, the early kickoffs. And I don't think that that's necessarily an issue. I know the NFL loves its 12-3-7 slot on Sundays. It's a traditionalist sort of thing. But there's one thing the NFL has told us over the last decade, that they are not a traditionalist sport, right? Like we've got games now on different holidays. We've started Black Friday, Christmas, all within the last decade.
All within the last 2 years, really,
correct. And you've got games that are on Monday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, all these sort of things. Why not have, 2 games every week that kick off at 8 o'clock, whether they are in London, whether they are in, Germany, wherever they are? What's the issue with that? And some people might immediately debunk that and say, well, then I've got to get to the game at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're already there at 4.
Yeah.
We know you are for a noon game. We see the news.
Yeah.
You're there at 5 o'clock. You're there at noon on a Monday night.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it now real quick.
Right.
Monday night game, first game of the year. Denver, Kansas City. When do we see Kathy Quinn on the TV?
What time does the show start for Kathy Quinn? Does it start at
5 a.m.?
5 a.m.
Yeah.
They'll be there before Kathy Quinn gets out there.
Yeah.
There's no question.
We'll have a Matt McMullen tweet of him getting to the stadium at 6 a.m. The line has already started for Monday Night Football game. It doesn't start for another 12 hours.
That's exactly right. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. We
so
definitely
give me
get
that BS
Yeah.
that like it's going to be tough for you to go.
No, and if you do it as a one-off and you do something different like that, people will go to say that they were there to do that, to experience that, and be part of something that would be unique and cool. That's what I don't think most people understand. We all want to do things that are unique, that are different, that are fun. An 8:30 kickoff at Arrowhead Stadium on a Sunday morning would be one of those type of things, especially if it gets later in the year and the sun doesn't come up and we don't set the clocks back and we're all out there tailgating in the dark in the morning. Like, it would be a fun, cool experience. And then by the time the game's over, you know what time it is? It's noon, and you're home by noon, and you still have the rest of your Sunday to do whatever it is that you want to do in those situations. The other interesting thing about this is that last year, well, it says in recent seasons, according to Front Office Sports, the late Sunday afternoon slot has overtaken Sunday Night Football as the NFL's most watched individual game window during the regular season. And so we're seeing that 3 o'clock window be vastly bigger than what happens, at night. And I think with the Sunday night games, and I don't know how you guys are, Nathan, Dusty, and the text line as well, sometimes you just turn it off at halftime because it's, you're ready to go to bed, or a Monday night game starting so late. You flip that off at halftime as well, and you go to bed. But that 3 o'clock window, man, that's becoming the sweet spot for the NFL. And I think that's the spot that I think most sports fans would gravitate towards and say, okay, 3 o'clock, that really is kind of that prime game. You're done by 6 in the Midwest, 7 on the East Coast. You're not going that late into a Sunday evening. You still got some time left at night. I think that is the sweet spot for these big games. Everything should be in that window.
That's exactly where I was going to go with this, Bob, was the 3:30 window, because we locally have seen the shift from the Chiefs playing at noon all of our lives to then the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes coming along, and then all of a sudden they're on Monday, Sunday, Thursday. And it's fun for the first year or two, and then you're like, man, this is messing up my schedule.
Right.
And then for this last part of the run, the last 3 or 4 years, they've been in America's Game of the Week seemingly every week. They play at 3:30 more often than any other window. And how much better that time is, because when it's done, you still can go about, you can have dinner. You can watch Sunday night if you'd like to, or you can be with your family. If you host a morning show on 96.5 The Fan, you can get to bed at a reasonable time. So we have locally, I feel like, gravitated towards that time slot, and that was my argument that I had loaded and ready to go. I Monday night especially, really, and Thursday as well, I'm very liable to turn that game off at halftime if it's not interesting.
if it's not a competitive game. And in recent years, and I think we've even kind of talked about this, like, off the air. I've talked, why is the NHL playing a Monday afternoon game, right? Like, every random day, there are random Mondays the NHL is playing. Well, it says perfectly in this article, the NHL created a Monday matinee series to appeal to Europe, to get the European fans on board, right? And that's what we did with the World Cup. We played at 2 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time because it was prime time over in Europe, so we got the European fans, involved from that standpoint. If the NFL is truly talking about growing the game in Europe, then why wouldn't you do an American game every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. Central Time to have that game over there in Europe, which would be 6 hours ahead? 8 plus 6 is 14. That's like 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon over there. Why wouldn't you do that if you're the NFL and have a game every week, not necessarily played in Europe, but played at a time where the Europeans can watch it during a normal time of watching the games?
Is that the future of what, like, do these 12 and 3 o'clock windows get split up? And maybe every week there's a game that is in Europe that airs at like 8 o'clock here.
Well, we're headed towards that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then there's games on the East Coast here that are aired at 10 a.m. and then games in the Midwest that are held at noon and then more at 3. Like,
you don't want to get into the baseball and NBA situation where if you play on the West Coast, everybody that's why the NFL is beautiful. I see what you're doing there, and I don't hate that point. But the NFL is so good at having those two windows where if you're a West Coast team, like if LeBron were to go to the Rams, we could see LeBron play. He went to the Lakers. Nobody watched him for 6 years.
Yep, I totally agree, and I would rather this not happen. But I guess with the conversation being what it is, plus just the NFL getting crazier with their schedule, being every day of the week, more games going to Europe, being early in the morning. I don't know. I wonder if it's going to get less of a 12 and 3, and it's going to get chopped up more eventually down the road.
The NFL has proven, though, guys, have game will show up. I mean, we can complain, we moan about holidays or late games. When was the last time you saw an NFL stadium empty because of the time or day of the game? People will still go.
And that's one of the texts we have is sincerely, I'll watch the NFL anytime.
Yeah.
Somebody says Saturday morning EPL is the best.
I agree. You and I watch that every once in a while. You know?
Yeah, it's great. And obviously this year, what is it? They play in Paris, London, Madrid.
Yeah, all over. There's like 8 or 9 games over there this year.
To be fair, if you want to take the positive out of this whole conversation, there still will be half a season where there will be games at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
I enjoy them. I'm not everybody, though. I don't have the busy life that a lot of people have on Sunday mornings. But again, go to service, get home. Oh, darn. I missed the first 3 quarters of Jets and Falcons.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
But now I can go home and watch where it really matters, which is the witching hour of that game.
That's right.
That leads me to 30 minutes of pregame that leads me right into red zone. So I have no issue with it. So my Sundays would be non-affected. But again, yesterday the news that broke out was that Eric Bieniemy's wife shot by her son, Elijah Bieniemy. And this was Nate Taylor, who joined Cody and Gold, who broke the article on ESPN yesterday on the timeline return for what Bieniemy could have.
We have no idea when Eric Bieniemy is going to be back with the team because from what I'm hearing, this could be a pretty significant road to recovery for Mia, who was, as wild as this is to say, accurately, she was shot multiple times by her own son.
Do we think that there's a chance that Bieniemy just takes the year off?
I don't know.
And I think that's the question. And I think that was once the dust kind of settled in this very just bizarre story. And again, all of our thoughts are with Bieniemy's wife and Bieniemy right now with what's going on in his family. That's the question, man. Like, I understand that, you have a job to do, but you have a family to love.
Yep.
And you have, your own thoughts and morals and ethics that you have to go through as someone whose wife is in the hospital, luckily in stable condition. But once you get past the shock of, oh, you're going to be okay, then to think that you have to parlay that with, why the hell did our son do this?
Right.
And, I'm not saying that he's going to feel this, but like, if I'm being human, I would have some regret that I wasn't there and be like, did St. Joe matter at the time? Did I miss signs? Did I miss red flags of things that maybe could go bizarre with my own son in a neighborhood that has been told is quiet and peaceful and very, just every day, almost like Leave It to Beaver.
It's the Johnson County of Washington, D.C. for those who are trying to figure out kind of where this is in relation to the city.
And so I don't have a hypothesis on when Eric Bieniemy comes back because this is something that could change your life forever, as it probably did when he got this information. So the timeline on Bieniemy is totally up to him. I don't have a request. I don't have a theory. I don't have anything. I know that this man loves football. Him and Andy Reid have a special relationship that is shared over the gridiron, and I'm sure that he will at one point be eager to get back. But the only thing that he needs to do right now, in my honest opinion, is make sure everything's right first with my wife and then figure out what's caused this sort of thing to happen. Because if I'm that son, I'm more afraid of dad than I am of any sort of officer, any sort of anybody that comes to talk to me.
Well, it's such a tough situation because we always put ourselves, if I was in this situation, what would I do in this situation? And I think, and I think about this a lot. Having a family and kids and a wife, you think about weird stuff, Dusty. I'm just going to get deep with you here for a second. You always think about, what if something happens? What would I do in those situations? And I know if something like this had happened or something serious in my family, you probably wouldn't see me for a while, and I would make sure that everything was handled, that I needed to make sure that my family was in a great spot. And that's the beauty of this. Like, the Chiefs can look at Eric Bieniemy and say, bro, you go handle everything. We've got this. We got you. We got you. And when your employer is able to do that, it makes things easier for that person, right? Because EB or whoever it is, you're thinking you're letting people down at the job and other things like that. And you're not doing that at all. You've got bigger fish to fry at this point in time. And so the Chiefs, I've told them, you go handle this, you take your time, you do what you need to do. And now we can see Andy Reid kind of get back involved. Joe Blameyer has been promoted, if you will, to kind of filling in at the offensive coordinator duties. He's been with the Chiefs since 2016. He's been part of the passing game coordinator. Ironically enough, he was the wide receivers coach before that other guy took over,
Connor
Embry in 22. He was the wide receivers coach in 21 and 22. And so you go back to 21 and 22, that was Tyreek Hill's last year. And wasn't that Kadrapius Tony's here in Kansas City where they won the Super Bowl? So he did some good things with the wide
MVP
receivers.
For Mahomes,
yeah, absolutely. He's been the passing game coordinator for a while with the Chiefs. And the other cool thing about this is, and I know we don't want Joe Blameyer's resume. The guy's a lawyer too, though. So he went to Delaware. He's a fighting blue hen with Veach and Nagy, and so these guys all know each other. So you've got a pretty good coach that's been here for a while with Andy Reid filling in and taking all the work stuff off of Eric Bieniemy's plate so he can focus on what he needs to focus on. And that's the beauty, I think, of this Chiefs franchise. They're going to tell him, man, don't worry about it. You go take care of business that you need to take care of, and we got this. And I think that relieves a lot of stress for the employee at that point in time. And I'm talking to everybody out there who works in places, right? It's not just the Chiefs thing. If something like something happens tragic in somebody's life, the number one thing you need to do as a boss and a leader is go to that person and say, we got you. Don't worry about this place. And if employers don't do that, the burden that you're putting on that employee sucks, man.
This was Andy Reid on who would fill in, as Bob had kind of mentioned there.
Joe Blameyer is our pass game coordinator, and he'll be involved there, obviously coordinate, and as heck is the run game coordinator. So we'll be able to keep it moving here. But the most important thing is that EB, when has an opportunity to spend some time there and take care of that business.
And then Nate Taylor as well.
So think of it this way: if you're grooming someone, right, to be something further in their NFL career, given where they are right now and the age and who they've worked under, Joe Blameyer's worked under Andy Reid. Obviously, that's a positive. He's worked before with Eric Bieniemy. He's worked before with Greg Lewis, who used to be the receivers coach that he was under. Then he obviously took over at receiver once Greg Lewis left. He's been with Kafka. They were one of the guys who was really, I think around like that 2020 season was really like their thing was designing big plays downfield.
Yeah.
And getting Mahomes to see it and feel comfortable with it, and the aggressors, like they were the young guys drawing up aggressive shots, and it was obviously Andy and Eric, how do we match this to the overall scheme so that it looks and it feels consistent to what we're telling the players on a week-to-week basis. And then obviously over time, now with the pass game coordinatorship, which really began around, I want to say that 2024 season really came into fruition, like he's taking over the entire pass game offense. Obviously he understands what Andy's looking for.
Based on what I can see, he was the pass game coordinator starting in 2023.
2023, but 2024 is where I really felt like he started to imprint some identity on the offense himself.
Okay, Cody, relax. Well, the insider did that. And Kafka, he was getting there. He was going to get there. But yeah,
where is Kafka now? He's not with the Giants anymore, right?
Well, you wouldn't think so with the new Reigns taking over because Nagy's there as Harbaugh's OC.
He's the passing game coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Got a pretty good gig.
Okay.
So here's what I will say. This is where the team will miss Eric Bieniemy, and that's with the red ass mentality, right? the fear of him being there is going to be missed, at least if I'm reacting to the next day after the news. Where I think this team is kind of going to be okay is, one, you've still got Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. That's where we all know the offense runs through. We know that Eric Bieniemy was brought in here to help with the run game and to create some more accountability on this roster. But hearing Nate Taylor talk about where the footsteps will be filled, it seems like, at least as of now, everybody here kind of knows what they're going to do. And we always hear every sort of, head coach or manager or whatever it may be, it's next man up. So you hear Andy Reid, hey, Blaymeier's going to be the offensive coordinator, interim head coach or interim offense coordinator. Bieniemy, just go figure what you need to figure out. We're going to be fine without you. You need to get your family, in everything together there, and then we'll have guys that'll do this here because we know what we're going to run no matter what. But again, I think they will miss that sort of accountability that Eric Bieniemy brings to the field.
And that's why they went out and got Eric Bieniemy. Correct. It wasn't because of play calling, because Andy does all of that. It was because of the accountability side of things. So you're right in that standpoint, Dusty. That's where they will miss Eric Bieniemy, but also, too, the beauty of kind of having that veteran coaching staff. Everybody can just step up a little bit and help out in this situation. Imagine if this was a situation and it was a head coach that was 32 years old, his first go-around, had a young staff that's never done any of those positions before. Teams would be like, oh, my goodness, what's going on? Here in Kansas City, they're able to kind of, stem the tide a little bit because you have a guy like Andy Reid in place. And that's the beauty of having somebody like Andy Reid here who's going to calm everybody down and make sure that everything is taken care of here while Eric Bieniemy takes care of his stuff. And you've got coaches that have been here before. They're probably not going to miss that much of a beat from an offensive standpoint during all of this. And that's the good news.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why you want to play for a guy or work for a guy like Andy Reid, both in his personality and his experience. You know that if, God forbid, something happens on the home front and you need to go take care of that, of course his response is going to be, and hey, he alluded to it yesterday about things happen of, I've been through stuff too, and I know what it's like to need time away from the game, and he's going to give you whatever you need. There's not going to be a deadline on coming back. He's going to support you. He's going to talk to you as a human being. The reports are out about how close he and the Bieniemy family are. He knows all these people. He's hurting too. I think it was Matt Derrick asked him yesterday, Coach, how are you doing about this? And then also, yeah, you're right, Bob, his experience, because I agree with you, Dusty, the accountability, you wonder who that's going to come from now. That is the reason. That's the biggest thing EB brought back to this team. But the system itself isn't going to stop moving. It was in place and it didn't change for EB, and it's not going to change when he's no longer here.
And I'll say this, I'll just jump in. You mentioned the accountability thing. If you're a player and you need EB to help you be accountable, you need to check yourself at this point in time, too.
There's a couple on the roster that I'm
you're right.
And again, I don't think it's that they need, it's that they don't know they need it.
Yeah.
Like there's a time like in a play where I'll take Jack Caglione for an example. Pops up, throws his bat down. That's where he's like player does that, those vote, hey, MF, like, get you over here. Right. It's like you didn't know that was going to be looked at or seen because it hasn't been in the past. Yeah. Whereas you don't need him to be like, hey, it's third quarter, suck it up. Like you don't need that, but you're going to need those little things that can lead to bigger things. We've seen that with children in our lives where it's like you let them get away with, you give them an inch, they take a mile, right? Yeah. So again, the story, Eric Bieniemy's wife was shot and is in stable condition. Sources confirmed that Elijah Bieniemy, the son of Eric and Mia, has been arrested and charged in the shooting where he's being held without bond. So we were talking about the schedule. Boy, did the Chiefs have a great November. You guys ready for this stretch of games? You guys have probably seen the schedule, but maybe you don't remember. How about November 1st, 3:25 at Denver?
Yeah.
November 8th at the Jets, noon. At home versus the Jets at noon.
Yeah.
November 15th at the Falcons, noon. November 22nd at home against the Cardinals, noon. And then the next game, Thanksgiving.
Yeah. That's a great November.
November is a very good month for
November.
football.
I will be at Arrowhead a lot in November. I know that.
Yeah. 3 noon games in a row.
3 noon games, 2 at home, right?
Yes.
The Jets and the Cardinals at home. Yeah. And the Cardinal game is the Sunday before Thanksgiving, so I'm off Monday. You probably won't make it back from Arrowhead,
And then you have the Thanksgiving game where you have nothing going on Friday.
Right.
And then you have, obviously, Thursday Night Football. I mean, November is a sweet month for the Chiefs.
It is. November is going to be awesome.
Yeah, then December's like Thursday, Monday, flex against
Tuesday,
all the best
noon,
teams against the Niners and the Bengals.
Yeah, December is 7:15 at the Rams, 3:25 at Cincy, 7:15 home against the Patriots on Monday night. and then 3:25 at home against the Niners.
Yeah.
And then your last two games, noon.
Yeah. Well, we don't know the last game yet.
It says noon for now, but that can obviously be flexed to like a Saturday at noon.
Yeah,
it could be changed anywhere.
Those last two games are. Yeah, November's going to be sweet, and then December's going to be, roller coaster.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's a Tuesday, so it's a tough Tuesday for some. We'll decide who they get the Tough Tuesday Awards this week on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, let's be honest here for a second. We're all kind of feeling it right now, right? We're all getting squeezed, and high interest credit cards, high grocery and gas prices, and trying to keep some breathing room in the budget, man, that adds up fast. Just ask us. We know every single month how tight it is, and Golden Oak Lending can help. In fact, Golden Oak Lending saves the average customer over $1,100 per month. And this July, Golden Oak Lending is offering a complimentary appraisal credit up to $600 with a qualifying loan or refinance. So start with a free mortgage checkup from my friends at Golden Oak Lending. They're local right here in Kansas City. We love talking to them. We do it about twice a year. And they'll review your current mortgage, look at your home equity, and help you see whether a refinance, cash out option, or debt consolidation strategy may make sense for you. There's no pressure, just real answers from a local team that's respected and helping homeowners for years. So if credit card debt is weighing you down or monthly payments may feel too tight, see what options may be available. Do yourself a favor and take that free mortgage checkup today. Visit goldenoaklending.com. That's goldenoaklending.com. They can cure your blues. MLS 114937.
Conservative, family man, author of The Bald Plan to Reduce Property Taxes. Listen to Scott Schwab.
Property taxes are killing Kansans, but one day it hit me. BALD.
BALD stands for Better Affordable Living by Decreasing Property Taxes. And it's the only detailed plan. Schwab's BALD plan means voter approval for property tax hikes, refunds for unfair assessments, and tax relief for seniors and working families. Listen to Scott Schwab.
I focus on reducing taxes for Kansans. You should keep more. My BALD plan makes sure of it. When I'm governor, we'll get it done.
Finally, a governor with a good head on his shoulders. Author of the BALD Plan to Decrease Property Taxes. Conservative Republican Scott Schwab for governor. Visit scottschwab.com/bald to learn more. Paid for by Schwab for Governor, Jim Felter, Treasurer.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match results bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This promotional offer not available in Ontario, Pennsylvania, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. New and existing customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel, must be present in a state where it's legal to wager.
At Kansas City Pro
Proton Institute, we're delivering the future of cancer care with state-of-the-art proton therapy right here in KC. If you have breast, head and neck, or brain cancer, proton therapy may be a better treatment than conventional radiation. Don't wait. Get your second opinion at Kansas City Proton Institute. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced proton therapy team. Learn more at kcpi.com. Kansas City Proton Institute, where you see the best in KC.
Hi, I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Be a part of history by attending Chiefs training camp in St. Joseph, Missouri this summer. See the Chiefs and make a St. Joe memory. Whether it's touring one of the many museums, staying in a historic home turned bed and breakfast, experiencing quality dining or brewery options, hitting the River Bluff bike trails, or supporting a vibrant art scene, St. Joseph has something for everyone. Go to stjomo.com to view or download a free visitor guide and plan your trip. Produced in cooperation with Visit Missouri.
Rob Sight Ford, KC's Ford volume leader and top rated on Google. 135th and State Line. Rob Sight Ford, your 2025 Ford volume leader. Top rated on Google with 4.8 stars and 3,000 plus reviews. The best selection, best prices, and Kansas City's best customer service. Visit Rob Sight Ford at 135th and State Line. Buy right, save big, and drive home a winner. Only at Rob Sight Ford.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
On the Missouri side, inbound I-29 from 435 into downtown, about 15 minutes. Checking 435. You're moving at posted speeds or better all around the metro. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Rocking and rolling again on a Tuesday morning. A wet start to your day, followed by a cool 88 the rest of your day. That's right, we're in the middle of the dog days of summer. But don't worry, football is right around the corner. In fact, what is it, 2 weeks from tomorrow, or 1 week from tomorrow, you'll have your first NFL game.
No, 1 week from Thursday. Yeah, don't give me a day ahead.
1 week from Thursday, August 6th, you will have your first NFL game on television.
Yep.
Arizona versus Carolina.
Is that what it is?
Arizona Hall of Fame
game?
Yep, because Luke Kuechly
That's
and Fitzgerald go into the Hall of Fame. But it is a Tuesday, and every Tuesday someone has a tough Tuesday. And my tough Tuesday this week, it's going to go to the Yankees.
And the 3-1. This should do it. Popped up. Who's going to get it?
Nobody.
Volpe makes the play. Dropped the ball. Volpe dropped the ball. Wow, and the game continues.
Oh, boy. It's not Anthony Volpe who has a tough Tuesday. He's had a tough life in New York.
He needs to get out of there.
Got to get out of there soon, man. I think he has like 56 errors and like 53 home runs in his career since he's been in New York. But New York gets a tough Tuesday because, boy, when it rains, it pours for injuries. We've seen that a lot with the Kansas City Royals, obviously, this year with now Michael Garcia starting a rehab assignment. Seems like he's been out all year. Vinny Pasquantino been hurt, but now we know Aaron Judge. We don't know if he's going to play until, September. Giancarlo Stanton, another year of Stanton being injured, and then he'll show up with a torpedo bat and hit 9 home runs in the playoffs. But now Cody Bellinger, man, on the injured list, as he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Now, they do end up beating the White Sox last night in a pretty fun game to watch. But, man, the Yankees, it's tough. We thought the June rules were going to be over. Then it's July. We're almost to August. They're hanging on. They're still doing all right. Again, they win last night. But, man, I don't know how much longer they can hold on. Max Fried didn't look like himself last night. The injuries have now piled up. Now your entire outfield is injured. Yeah. Bellinger, Stanton, even though Stanton was probably a DH more often than not. But Stanton, Judge, and Bellinger, yes, there are no tears coming out of my eyes, but it is tough for those Yankees right now as Aaron Boone, boy, if you can win the AL East, I'd put your name in consideration for Manager of the Year.
I mean, there's still 10 games, I think, over 500 at this point in time.
The Rays are there, though, man.
They are.
And Boston's starting to show up.
Boston, yeah. I mean, Boston's like all of a sudden they're back in
Toronto,
this thing as well.
They're hungover from last year.
Yeah, they really are. They're not doing anything this year. But how many, situations do you have that you can go out and acquire a bat? And I think Lane Thomas is going to be a big trade piece for the Kansas City Royals. They should be able to capitalize again big time with Lane Thomas. Thomas. That's a guy that has to be moved because there's so many teams like the Yankees that need a bat, and Lane Thomas would be a perfect fit for the Yankees. You got to make that trade if you're the Royals. Make sure you get something back in return that's really good, obviously. But I think Lane Thomas, I mean, that guy could be one of the more coveted bats out there right now.
And maybe Volpe could come back in the Bobby Witt Jr. trade.
Yeah,
Bob.
that's right.
No, I don't want Volpe.
No. Lane Thomas, yes, he's going to be the most coveted, one of the more coveted bats of the market. The Rays are the team that makes so much sense to me. They've got a big three on that offense and nothing else. It's Caminero, it's Diaz, and it's Aranda. Their cleanup hitter is Cedric Mullins. He's barely hitting above 200.
Wow, I loved Cedric Mullins years ago.
His OPS against lefties is about 500, so about 200 points below league average. The guy can't hit lefties. He's hitting cleanup for a first-place team. You know who hits lefties and plays center field?
Lane Thomas.
And that price has got to be going up and up, considering how many teams need a right-handed bat right now.
Who's your tough Tuesday, Nathan?
It goes to Clayton McCullough. You know what he does for a living?
Andy's brother?
Yeah.
Heard of it.
No, he's the manager of the Miami Marlins. Yeah. They snapped a 12-game losing streak last night. Before that losing streak, they were holding a wild card spot in the National League. Now they're below 500.
Well, didn't they go like 20-12 or something like that?
They
over
were like
32 games.
They were incredibly
over.
hot.
They were 10 over and lost 12 in a row.
Yeah, they were. I think with their win last night, they're now back to 500. That's how far above they were. So they were 11 games over then. Anyway, before the game, he said that he feels like Odysseus during this losing streak. He's been away from his home for so many years. He infuriated a baseball guy. He doesn't know when he'll be home, but at some point he'll get home. If we've lost 12 in a row and my manager is quoting a movie that came out last week, I don't know. To me, that's easy fan fodder about get back in the office. But from a guy that I've never heard of and his team has plummeted out of a playoff spot, he's sitting here talking about movies and press conferences. That's not. I don't know.
I will say at least you get away from it. You know, like get away from it, man. Go do something else for a couple hours. You know,
when you show back up and they say, "Hey, how are you going to get back on track and not lose a 13 straight game?" And he starts quoting Odysseus.
Yeah, I just watched this movie. Let me tell you about it. I get what you're saying. It doesn't hit the ear the right way, but if I was that guy and I was the manager of the Marlins, I'd be doing anything to get the hell away from baseball for a couple of days, right? Sure. Yeah. My tough Tuesday goes to whatever happened last night down at the town hall meeting, I guess it was, for the Royals downtown stadium plan. This comes from Channel 9. A community engagement meeting to discuss the Royals' plans for a downtown ballpark ended early after repeated disruptions from attendees. There were protesters down there, people upset about this new stadium. I just don't know why this has to be so hard with the Kansas City Royals. I mean, you look at the on-field product, and now you look at the stadium stuff. A lot of parallels here, man. A lot of parallels, right? Why can't this thing just get done? These are meetings they should have been having years ago when they first started to talk about a downtown ballpark to engage the public as opposed to telling the public what they're doing. It's been mishandled PR-wise. It's been mishandled from an organizational standpoint. People don't like to be told what's going to be happening, right? They like to be involved and be engaged. And that's what the Royals should have done in this process. Instead of going out and telling folks years ago, they should have been having meetings where they were engaging people and asking the public what they want, because it doesn't seem like, Dusty, anybody wants this stadium right now. There were protests in Kansas for it. There were protests downtown for it. And the Chiefs just did their thing and got their deal done and announced what they were going to do. This Royals thing, man, why is it so hard to get something done for this baseball team? Well, because of the way they handled it. They didn't engage the public the right way. They told the public what was going to happen instead of asking the public what they wanted. And now we're here and we're fighting this thing again now. My God.
It is a Tuesday, and that was our Tough Tuesdays. Nathan, Bob, and Dusty with you here on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up on the other side, you know what it is. It's July 28th. No, not just National Milk Chocolate Day. It's over-under season. We'll get to a few on the other side of wins in the NFL this year on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, the rain today, this morning, is great for our lawn. And I know the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control love it as well because you get that free water in that grass and making it look fantastic. That's what they do over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They take lawns that don't look great and turn them into the best-looking lawn on the block. And I speak from experience in all of this because a year and a half ago, we didn't have a front lawn. We had dirt and weeds. And we said, I don't know what we're going to do. Let's call Aspen. And Aspen came out and took care of business. And now we have the best looking lawn on the block. Everybody loves it, including us. And that's why we have the mosquito dome over the house. We sit outside and we don't have to worry about mosquitoes, ticks, fleas, any of that kind of stuff in our yard anymore because of that mosquito dome. And it's time for you to get your lawn looking great and get the mosquito dome as well. Get in touch with Aspen today because they're going to give you a free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This July is America's 250th birthday, so declare your independence from low testosterone at Low T Center. Start with a free T-test, stay on treatment for 90 days, and receive $250 back. It's the Low T Center 250 for 250 offer. FixMyLowT.com and book your free T-test. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and you know baseball's back. BetMGM, the official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Please gamble responsibly.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This week at Rawhide Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Rawhide Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
This report is brought to you by Rawhide Harley Davidson.
Chiefs training camp coverage sponsored by Border Magic, giving your landscape its winning edge. This football season, give your home a winning edge with Border Magic. Custom concrete landscape edging adds lasting beauty and unbeatable curb appeal. Choose from a variety of styles and colors, all backed by a 10-year warranty. SouthKC.BorderMagic.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLInjuryLaw.com.
North KC 169 Highway southbound, slow rolling from before Briarcliff down to 9 Highway. Kansas side K10 eastbound, heavy around Woodland and sluggish out past Ridgeview. Allen Carr 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
This is Michael Waka from the Kansas City Royals, and you're listening to 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. This is Fescoe and Dusty.
I got Mahomes' balls in my hands.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, football.
From potholes to pop-ups, we got it covered.
Hey!
Here's Bob Fescoe.
Take a bite out of my ass.
And Dusty Likens.
Big nuts. All right, over-under season is among us. You're either a whale or you're a gazelle when it comes to the betting world. You either sit and wait or you attack it early because anything could happen. Like imagine if you took, for instance, I don't know, the Vikings win total is blank. Let's say I'll say right now it's 8.5 for the Vikings. And you're like, I'm going to take it now. Then Kyler Murray gets hurt.
Yeah, you're screwed.
It's going to go down. Because then it's 9's time, right? Do you want college or do you want NFL over-unders first? You both have to agree.
Yeah,
Bob?
I was going to let Nathan decide, actually.
Okay.
I didn't realize we had college over-unders. Let's do those first.
Let's do those first. Let's get some over-under music, too.
Do you want to guess who has the most projected over-under win total in college football going into 2026?
Of all teams in college football.
2 that have the most projected total wins.
I'm going to say Ohio State and Georgia.
Yes.
Couldn't be more wrong.
Oh,
Notre Dame and Texas Tech at 11.5.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. All
Red
right.
Raiders. We gamble on that? That's so weird.
Wait, hang on. 11.5 is the number for
According
Texas
to Yahoo
Tech.
Sports, Notre Dame and Texas Tech 11.5 wins. Now they think they're just going to sweep the Big 12 is what I would assume with Texas Tech. You get into the next group, which is 10.5. There are 3 teams. You want to take a guess on who has 10.5 of the 3 teams?
Ohio State, Michigan, and Georgia.
Not one.
Oh.
SEC, brother.
Oh, SEC.
Big 10.
That's right. Let's see.
So-
Tennessee, Alabama, and Auburn.
No, there's still 2 Big 10 teams in this, but it is Indiana at 10.5, Miami at 10.5, and Oregon at 10.5.
Okay, so you have an ACC and 2 Big Ten, right? Oregon's in the Big Ten now, right?
Now you can start getting to your groove at 9.5. Who you want to bet in those teams? There are 4, and there are many that you have mentioned.
Ohio State.
There you go.
Georgia.
There you go.
Alabama.
Negative.
Wow.
Who's that son that's going to be a top pick?
Texas.
There you go. And then where's the Nittany Lions at?
Penn State.
That's your other one.
The new
9.5.
coach and everything there. The coach from Iowa State went there, right? Matt Campbell. Wow. All right. Interesting.
But we'll go local because that's what everybody cares about. Who do you want first, Nathan? KU, Mizzou, or K-State win total over/under going into 2026?
What's Mizzou's?
Mizzou is 6.5. As Ahmad Hardy spoke yesterday for the first time since he also was shot in the offseason. Mizzou's win total over/under is 6.5. By gosh, Eli, you better get way over that.
I mean, I would think right now, if you're Eli Drinkwitz, 6.5.
Put that on the dry erase board in the locker room.
Yeah, like you got to be way over that. I'm thinking Missouri is a 9-win team. That's kind of how I look at them. Or let me rephrase that. That's kind of what the expectation should be right now for Missouri, I would think, being a team that gets you 9-10 wins and is in a bowl game every year. So I would think at 6.5 look, Vegas knows what they're doing, guys. But I would lean towards the over on that for the University of Missouri.
I mean, just having watched Missouri football, we can say that the expectation is a 10-win team that's going to make the playoffs. They're going to go 8-4.
Yeah.
But going under 6.5, that's fireable. Eli doesn't have a job if they don't. I'm surprised it's that low.
This is Missouri's schedule. Arkansas, Pine Bluff. I'll let you guys say W or L.
Yeah, W.
At Kansas.
W.
Versus Troy.
W.
At Mississippi State.
That's a W.
Okay, so they're 4-0.
Right.
Then they get home against Florida.
I don't know. I don't know what Florida's going to be like this year.
They get home against Texas A&M.
I would say that's a loss.
I would agree.
Then they go to Ole Miss.
I would say loss.
Trinidad Chambers is going to be there, on a revenge tour.
Yeah.
At Arkansas, that should be a win, I would think. Then it's home against Texas.
No.
At Georgia.
No.
Home against Kentucky.
Yes.
And then home against Oklahoma.
No.
So you're
you
looking.
got them at 6 or 7, Bob.
Yeah, I guess I do. But if it's 7, it's still over the 6.5.
I think they find a way to beat 1 or 2 of Florida and Oklahoma at home.
Look, I don't know anything about Florida this year. I'm ignorant on that one. I really am. I don't know. You guys know anything about Florida? Are they supposed to be any good?
They play in the swamp.
Yeah, right, exactly. So you know as much as I do on
couldn't
Florida.
tell you. But
Like
the
we
theme-
see Florida, we're like, oh, they should be really good.
And the theme ever since this team's gone to the SEC, and especially since Eli's taken over, is they're going to win 3 or 4 games at the start of the year. They're going to be ranked in the lower half of the teens, and they're going to get into SEC play, and they're going to have a couple of just duds where they get smoked. And it's like you shouldn't be. Well, we're getting way down in the weeds about Missouri football here. This they better slam that over a 6.5.
For reference, Florida's win total over under, according to Yahoo Sports, 7.5.
Oh wow! Okay.
So
needs to be a win at
Tim
home.
Tebow coming out of retirement.
That could switch that whole 6.5, 7.5 between Missouri and Florida. KU's win total over under 5.5 for Lance Leipold.
I was reading something yesterday. ESPN predicted every one of the games for everybody. I guess I could only find the Kansas one because I found that through a backdoor blog, and they have Kansas winning 3 games this year, finishing 3-9 is what ESPN said Kansas was going to do. Right? Is that not a sticker shock to you guys? Be honest with me. 3-9. I saw. I'm like, whoa! What the heck is going on here with Kansas being a 3-win team? If that happens, you live over there in Lawrence. That guy's got to get fired.
He does. If this team's not, I mean, I can see a world in which they're bowl competitive. They're close to being bowl eligible, but something goes wrong and he buys another year. 3-9. Yeah, it's not going to get it done. There's higher expectations than that in Lawrence, Kansas.
Here's
right
your
now.
Kansas schedule. As we've clearly said they play Long Island University as their first game, so there's a win at least, right? Then it's home against Missouri.
Loss.
Then it's home against Arizona State.
That's international, I think.
That's in London.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. It just says versus Arizona State, so I guess they're the home team. Then home against Middle Tennessee.
That's a win. I think Arizona State's probably a loss, right?
I think they're 2-2 after the Mid-Tennessee game.
Okay.
Yep.
Then they go to Utah.
That's a loss.
At Manhattan.
Loss.
Home against Baylor.
They could compete.
Yeah, maybe.
So we got 3. We have 3 wins.
It feels generous, but yeah, they can compete in that game.
Okay, at TCU.
No.
Home against UCF. At West Virginia.
They can win that game.
At West Virginia.
No.
Home against BYU.
No.
At Oklahoma State.
Maybe. That's 5.
The new era of Oklahoma State. Gundy gone.
So 5.5 is the over-under. If we got them 5, I'm probably going to have to take the under on that one. And if they do fall on the under, I mean, Kansas is going to have to think real hard if they have the right guy leading their program right now.
Kansas State, 7.5 over-under. Gotta like that with the first year of Colin Klein running the Realms over there in Manhattan. Kind of interesting to watch them this year. One, you can hear all their games here on 96.5 The Fan, as we are the home for K-State athletics. But you think about what their schedule looks like. We'll go through it because if Texas Tech is over-under is 11.5, is that K-State's only loss in the Big 12? They play Nichols. I don't know who that is. First game of the year, they play Washington State and Tulane. All 3 of those games are at home.
3-0.
Easy non-con.
Right?
Wow.
And then they go to Cincinnati.
That should be a win.
Then they come home against Houston, home against Kansas, at Arizona State, at Colorado.
Yeah.
Home against Oklahoma State, at TCU, home against Arizona, and at Iowa State. So,
yeah, I think you could squeak out 8 wins there. I would take the over for K-State.
Be a solid first season for Colin.
Yeah, hell yeah. It would be a great first season for Colin Klein.
I think I feel the most confident out of the 3 local teams after going through the schedule. I think I feel the most confident about K-State hitting the over with the highest over with a first-year head coach. So it feels strange to say, but I think I would take that bet first.
I'm with you. I'm with K-State on this one. They just always get business taken care of. Other than Ron Prince, since Bill Snyder resurrected that program back in the late 80s, early 90s, every coach has had success there except for Ron Prince. So I would expect the same to continue.
Text line thinks that Missouri will beat Florida, and then some, analyzation here. The national media will always underrate Missouri and Kansas, which is fair.
Sure, absolutely.
It's just the reality of the situation. They will always take a school like Florida and say they're going to be really good, and say Missouri and Kansas are going to have bad years. It happens every single year.
Yep.
So some fairness there. Over under in the NFL, Buffalo Bills 10.5 over under.
I'm going to take the over on that one because of the division in which they play. You got 4 guaranteed wins right there. You only have to have 7 more to get the over on that one.
This is a good line. I am barely taking the over. I would say they're going to be an 11-win football team if I had to pinpoint it this year. But based on, you're right, Bob, the 3 or 4 gimme wins they're going to have this year, 4, both those teams stink. They should win all 4 of those games. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the over as well.
Cincinnati Bengals over under 9.5. A division that reshaped.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a good
I'm taking
number.
the over. I mean, and it hinges solely on Joe Burrow's health. Of
course,
if he's healthy with the improvements, they will win over 9.5 games.
I'll take the under, and I'll probably be wrong, but I still got to have the Bengals prove to me that they are better than a 9-7 team.
The Giants of New York, over under 7.5 wins.
I'll take the over on that one.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think Harbaugh is going to have the same cultural effect that Andy Reid had in Kansas City when he came over from Philadelphia. Veteran coach going to a place that just needs to be loved on, and we're seeing a lot of that from Harbaugh right now.
Yeah, I think it's an 8-9 win football team that's in this hunt down to the end. I'd probably go with the over as well for the Giants.
Over under for the New England Patriots, 9.5 wins.
God, that's low.
I'm going to take the over just because the number's low, but it also, man, a lot of distractions. We've had 2 press conferences, one with a dog and the other with a kid asking about Taylor Swift's wedding. I mean, they are trying to do everything they can to not talk about anything up there in New England.
Man, I don't know. Because I've said over for give me the under, I guess. What am I not seeing here? Because I would think that this line would be 1 or 2 wins higher. You're right, Bob. There's a lot of distractions. There's your wide receiver now is even more problematic than the one you had last year that the passing game is going to go through. I don't know. Did they fix the offensive line? They're still trotting Will Campbell out there at left tackle. That was a problem. Maybe they're the team that it just all becomes too much and it craters this year. Yeah, I'll go the under.
Are they the Toronto Blue Jays of baseball this year?
That's exactly right.
The Kansas City Chiefs, 10.5 wins.
I'll go the over on that one.
Another good line. I would go with the over as well. I think 11-6 feels right.
It is over-under season. We can do more of that moving on throughout the week. But coming up on the other side, we get back to what Nate Taylor had to say yesterday about the Eric Bieniemy situation, plus what Patrick Mahomes had to say as well, your quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, that you can hear all the games right here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're waking up this morning and your joints are hurting you, you're probably thinking to yourself, there's no answer in sight. I've been told I need surgery, but man, I don't want to do it because once those joints are replaced, well, there's no going back. Well, before you schedule that surgery, do me a favor and do yourself a favor as well. Get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you need to be having. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in Kansas City. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off surgery, or in some cases, just avoiding it altogether. So get that free consultation on the books because you don't want to have surgery if you don't need to have surgery. Call QC Kinetics today. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, 816-412-6299.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
America is turning 250 this year, and Circus Sports is celebrating by offering all users in Missouri $250. Dane and Hughes here, and for everyone in Missouri, all you have to do is deposit $250 on your Circus Sports app. Then play through that deposit. Once you do, Circus Sports will reward you with $250 right in your account. This is available for everyone in Missouri, new and existing users. Celebrate 250 years and find out more at circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a lawman, 3-time DUI award-winning attorney in Kansas City. You wanted results? Here you go. First-degree murder charge, dismissed. Felony DUI, dismissed. Felony to misdemeanor, multiple. Felony jury trial, not guilty. Call the lawman, 816-816-9111. Take it away.
The lawman gets results of the law team. Call the lawman, let the fight begin.
Voted by Pitch and Casey Magazine, the choice of a lawyer shouldn't be based on advertisements. You don't have to carry everything on your own. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, depression, substance use, or thoughts of suicide, talking to someone can help. And help is available 24/7 through the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You can call or text 988 anytime to connect with a trained mental health professional. 988 is free, confidential, easy to remember, and available anytime, anywhere, to anyone. Call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. No judgment, just help.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations, and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent medium fountain and new Frostbite by Casey's drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, dig between your couch cushions, ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. 89-cent medium Frostbite by Casey's or fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
Hey, it's Carter Jensen, and this is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLInjuryLaw.com.
North KC, 169 highway southbound, a little slow around Briarcliff, off again on again, heavy down the 9 highway. Past that, things move well into downtown. Grandview Triangle, things look good. 435 westbound, still rolling from Warnell to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Coming up here soon, we'll get to Nathan to do one word for us here on 96.5 The Fan. But of course, yesterday, not all news is great news. As yesterday, you got the information that came out about 8:45 from Nate Taylor on ESPN about the Eric Bieniemy story that his son Elijah Bieniemy had shot his wife, Mia Bieniemy, in their home in Virginia. His son arrested, and no bond is available. Eric Bieniemy not with the team, and no timeline set, as this was Nate Taylor talking about the timeline.
We have no idea when Eric Bieniemy is going to be back with the team, because from what I'm hearing, this could be a pretty significant road to recovery for Mia, who was, as wild as this is to say, accurately, she was shot multiple times by her own son.
Do we think that there's a chance that Bieniemy just takes the year off?
I don't know.
Whatever you want to do, EB. Yeah. That's where I'm at. That's where all I care about is you've got bigger issues than the 2026 season.
Absolutely. And I think right now, if I'm, the Chiefs, and we'll take this from the Chiefs standpoint at this point in time, I don't think you can sit around and wonder and think about Eric Bieniemy coming back. I think you just have to understand that, hey, we're going to do life this year potentially without Eric Bieniemy,
Would
right?
you?
Would I go back this year? Okay, so that's a hard question to answer. How's my wife doing, right? What's going on with my son? Look, I know, and I use this example because I don't have many examples in my life where I've gone through a lot of tragedy, right? My parents are still alive. I'm very lucky. My in-laws are both still alive. But I remember when my grandmother died, and I know that the only kind of normalcy was when I was doing a 6 to 10 a.m. radio show. Everything outside of that was not good, right? It was not normal. It was hard. It was difficult. And I'm sure you've dealt with that as well. Being at work sometimes gets you through those tough situations. And so that's why for me, it's like, I don't know what I would do in that situation. I know that I'm not leaving my wife's side until she's fine and she's able, to leave the hospital or wherever she is and she's back, to a normal life. I'm bringing her with me, obviously, when that happens. So she has to be able to travel and all of that. So a long way about it is I just don't know how I would be in that situation. Like, we look at athletes all the time, guys, and we expect them to, no matter what happens, they're back the next day. Injury, tragic situation. I mean, this is a situation, again, not to get off on a soapbox, but why I hate analytics so much, because things like this are human nature that you don't have a number for and an analytic for, and you don't know how to quantify that when somebody's going through stuff. And so I don't know. What would you do in this situation? I'd be gone for as long as I felt like I needed to be gone.
Yeah, I think it all kind of comes down to your peers. Obviously, no secret, I lose my mother in 2020. I'm doing night shows, and I'm doing Jack Stack and Lee Summit, right? And after about a week, right, my mind starts telling me, like, hey, you need to get back into the normal thing. You're just going to sit here and melt away. Like, you can't feel sorry for yourself. You got to know that you're going to be okay. And credit to my manager at the time, Mr. Jeffrey Russolo, he came to my house, and he said, you're not coming back to work. And gave me a disclosed amount of money that I'm forever grateful for. But he goes, if you need any more, please let me know. Just keep your ass out of the building. And I was like, well, I need to make money. He goes, I'm giving you this, and you just take your time. And you come back when you want to come back.
And that's a leader.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And to this day, one of my greatest friends in my life because of what that meant to me in that moment. And Spec, the same sort of thing. He goes, I don't want to see you come in and do nights. I don't want to see you ask. Just you need to take time and clear your brain. And it was very, very positive for me because, again, I don't know how familiar you guys are with close deaths in the family. You have certain levels of grief. You have, why is this happening to me? Why did this happen to my family member at such a young age? You can't do that, right? Like there's powers beyond us that have a decision for all of us that we can't explain. And I firmly believe that. And I took 2.5 to almost 3 weeks where instead of going to work and dealing with drama there, I just cleaned or I went on walks or I did a craft. I bought puzzles and did that to keep my mind busy from not just sitting there. And sure, there were moments of grief.
Of course.
Luckily, in this situation, no one is dead. The wife is in stable condition. The son is in jail. Eric Bieniemy, I am assuming, is probably sitting right next to his wife at this very moment in the hospital with her. And eventually, that is going to happen to Bieniemy. And I'm not saying that I know him personally or I know how his brain functions, but eventually he's going to get back to, okay, like, I need to do something. And that's going to be a lot of up to his peers. Andy Reid, DeMarco Murray maybe is one of those guys. Clark Hunt maybe is one of those guys like, hey, you just stay there. And when you're 100% ready, because there were times where I was probably, in my mind, 100% ready to go back and deal with people in the public and talk about sports.
But you weren't.
But I was probably 70. And it was like, I got the question first of, are you sure you're ready to come back? Because when you do come back, and I can speak for this from an example, is when you do come back from tragic events like this, now again, no one is dead in this situation like they were in mine, you're going to see people's faces and you're going to see how other people felt about your situation. And that's tough. And that brings back the whole, like, and it's nobody's fault, right? Like, it's nobody's fault to be like, hey, I'm so sorry. Or,
yeah, because when he gets back, he's going to have to relive all that kind of stuff.
All that kind of comes back.
I never thought about that. That's interesting.
And kind of tracks back up, but it kind of knocks you down a few pegs. But you've got to be like, you know what? These people are making it a point to say something. They have my support. That's even more comforting than anything that I've had in the last, 2 to 3 weeks. So it was great. I mean, I had a really awesome girlfriend at the time, so that helped. And obviously not together anymore, but sometimes God's plan for people is someone right now, not forever. And I think that's especially true to this day. And I think with Bieniemy in his situation, he's got to know that he's got a supporting cast.
Yeah.
And right now, he is a supporting cast. And to make sense of that, he's got guys that know what they're doing. They're in the NFL for a reason. They have a system in place. Yes, he's not there. He will be missed, but he would be much more missed if he wasn't where he needs to be, which is right now with his wife by her side. And eventually he probably will get that itch to be like, okay, she's back home. We have somebody watching the house. We have somebody with her. And I feel comfortable coming back. Is that week 1 of the NFL season? Is that week 12 of the NFL season?
Yeah.
None of that is my business. I just hope everything can get settled within their home, within their 4 walls, and they can get some clarity of this situation. Because I don't know what anybody would do in this situation because I've never known anybody to be in this situation.
Well, that's exactly right. There's no playbook for this. You hate to borrow a thing from, sports or something, but there isn't. There's no life playbook that has every example in it and what you're supposed to do. And not everybody is, again, the same person. That's why you can't constantly put numbers on things and use analytics to describe things because Eric Bieniemy may be able to come back just fine from something like this. Dusty Likens, it may take a lot longer for him to come back. Bob Fescoe, it may take a lot longer for him to come back from something like this. So you don't know the individual, and that's why you can't put people in a box all the time. We love to do that. Everything's black, everything's white. There's no gray area. No, life is gray area. Everything is gray. There's no playbook for life, especially like this. And so if I'm Eric Bieniemy, knowing the great support staff that he has here with Andy Reid and this entire Chiefs organization, I know they told him the right thing and said, you do you, and don't worry about us. And when you're ready to come back and worry about us, we'll be here with open arms ready for you to come back. But in the meantime, do not sweat a thing that's taking place here. Do not worry about us. We have your back and we support you. You go do what you need to do. Because, Dusty, there's a lot of bosses that would not have done what people did for you, you know, in your time. There'd be people like, you got 3 days of bereavement and you need to get back or you're going to lose your job. People like that can go get effed. I mean, really, seriously, if somebody ever said something like that, you could go, F off in that situation, and I wouldn't have a problem telling you that to your face if you did something like that to somebody who was dealing with a tragic situation. And so the Chiefs will be with them, and that's the great thing about this organization. It's a veteran organization that has great leadership from top to bottom, and they're going to take care of business. And honestly, I don't want to hear reporters constantly ask, when's EB coming back? I know they have a job to do, but I think this is one where you just let EB do his thing, and we need to move forward from a football side of things and let EB handle things. Because the more people ask about it, man, I don't know. I'd get ticked if I was EB. Everybody asking when you coming back, you know?
Yeah, you kind of just don't respond to text messages.
Yeah.
And it's not rude.
No.
Because there were a bunch that you would get throughout the process where it's like, hey, if you need anything, let me know.
Right.
And I might not have responded for a couple of days, but not one person in my circle or in my life was like, hey, man, haven't heard from you in a couple of days. Hope everything's all right. It's like, no one did that.
Right.
And, I do agree with a lot of the text line responses here. It's something that you feel out the progress for the good, and your wife says, go get your mind off this and we'll get stronger in time. Then you go back to work. You go through her and then yourself.
Right. I'll make a real quick joke. She's going to get sick of him being around the house too for a while. Every wife, all right, you need to get back, So when that happens, then you can go back.
And I think that grief is something that everyone handles differently. Like some people are just wickedly stronger than others where it takes them 3 days and it's like, all right, I got to go do this. This is what's going to make my life better. And so maybe that is, what it is for you. And we might also have the Richard of the Year.
Oh.
From this text. I was at work when I found out my father passed away, and my boss asked me if I was going to let my team down by leaving early. I handed him my key card and left, never went back.
Good for you, man.
Yeah,
that guy's a jackass. Well, I mean, it's like when
I
was
let your team down?
I told you this story, right? Our second daughter was being born, and our boss at the time called me in the hospital and wanted to know if I was going to come in the next day. And so I texted Josh, and Josh goes, I got this. Like, you're texting me in the hospital asking if I'm coming in the next day as my wife's in labor at 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Dusty, I can't really add a whole lot to the stuff that you threw out there about grief.
Yeah, and that's just my story. Like, that's just me. That's not everybody in the world.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing. And the text line obviously resonates with you and appreciates you doing that as well. But it is, I know Mia did not pass away, thankfully.
Yeah.
Eric and Mia are grieving a family loss, though. Not that they're never going to speak with their son again. Not that they had the closest relationship before.
Right.
I don't know. But the point is, whatever they thought that family unit was, whether it was a close family unit or whether it was, hey, we've got a problem child who needs some help and we don't see eye to eye on things, that has changed as well as of yesterday. And so there is a lot of grief involved here, even though no one lost their lives.
No, you're right about that. The grieving of their son is going to be,
They have another son that has elevated care needs that Mia provides, and now she can't provide that. Like, this is a family that's life turned upside down on Sunday night. I mean, obviously Mia is the most important part of this, and thank God she's all right, but there are a lot of things at play here for Eric.
Yeah, you mentioned his other son, Eric. I think he's a junior. I think his name is Eric as well, has cerebral palsy. And so she's been the primary caregiver for his entire life. You're right to bring that up too, Nathan. That's another thing now that has to be factored in. How are we going to care for my son that has, cerebral palsy? I mean, it is. There's a lot here right now, and football is not an important part of his life at this point in time.
This is why there's that cliche that life is bigger than sports.
Yeah.
So this is the exact example of that cliche. Nathan, one word.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin.
That's right. It's one word on a Tuesday, and it's brought to you by Maloney's. Great place, great patio. Finally got some cooler weather than the past, but don't forget, speaking of men that listen to their wives, Rob Maloney does, because on Tuesday you can get the chicken shawarma. It's 6 ounces of sliced chicken rolled in a flour tortilla with tomato, shredded lettuce, and garlic sauce, served with your choice of fries or chips, just $13. They also have the tacos and burritos tonight, $4.50 Mexican beers and margaritas, and $6 double margaritas. All of that at Maloney's on a Tuesday. Look, one of the best sports bars in the area with great food. Again, the chicken shawarma, 6 ounces of sliced grilled chicken, rolled in a flour tortilla with tomato, shredded lettuce, garlic sauce, served with your choice of fries or chips, just $13. Tacos and burritos, $4.50 Mexican beers and margaritas, and $6 double margaritas. Nathan Williams, what do we got today?
Yeah, a little change of pace here, a little more excitement. I want to get back to being like negative, talking a little bit of trash here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm pumped up about this one. These Bills uniforms, guys, you seen these?
Yep.
That dropped yesterday?
Yes.
I think these are the ugliest uniforms in the history of professional football. They're terrible. They call them the Nickel City uniforms.
Yeah.
They are a tribute to the strength, grit, and authenticity of Western New York's heart. They're designed to the Buffalo nickel coin, which was made in the 1910s and 20s.
Okay.
They're wearing gray uniforms with a blue helmet.
One word. Kansas is the word. It immediately looked like those Jayhawk uniforms from a few years ago when they had the gray uniforms. I kind of like the helmet. I don't like the jerseys and the pants at all. And those guys, usually people get excited about uniforms. That was kind of a wet fart yesterday. It didn't seem like there were a lot of people that were into them.
How much new stuff is Buffalo going to incorporate this year? It's almost overkill, right? With the stadium, the giant table inside. I will say I feel somewhat contradicted here, right? I love the idea of the jersey. I don't like the finished product of the jersey. I love that they're paying homage to the hardworking blue collar.
Right.
They got the Go Bills on the back, but yeah, the gray doesn't match. Gray uniforms don't really work. I really don't even like the Lions gray uniforms, if I'm being honest with you.
Let's be honest and have that conversation. I'm with you.
Okay?
Yeah. I don't like the Kansas gray uniforms either.
Just not a huge fan of the gray.
I've never been in baseball either, though.
No, you always like the white when it comes to the vibrant color. But I love the idea, I guess I could say, that they're paying to the blue-collar workers of Buffalo, because somebody's got to shovel that snow when the snow comes.
One word on, we talked about this already, Vrabel and all the distractions in New England. A.J. Brown spoke yesterday and said that after the first practice, Mike Vrabel lit into him for dropping a pass. But as of right now, A.J. Brown says it's okay. It comes from a good place. I need to be better. Well, this guy had a problem with being coached the same way when he wasn't under Mike Vrabel. One word on the New England Patriots. We heard their over-under is 9.5 for their win total.
Right. Interesting. I think they are the most interesting team in the NFL this year because you just don't know what they're going to do. Again, we talked about a playbook for life. We've never seen a coach involved in a situation with an insider like we have, right? We don't know how that's going to play out all season long. We don't know how it's going to affect his life all season long. We don't know how good this team is going to be with Drake May if last year was kind of a one-off and they're going to revert back to where they were before Mike Vrabel. I mean, there's so many unknowns. I find it interesting. The most interesting team in the NFL this year.
Yeah. Drama would be my one word, right? Like, this is a drama series that you are locked in every week. Every time there's a new episode that comes out on Netflix, it says Patriots 2026. One day it's I'm going to bring a dog to the press conference. The next day we're going to have, this reporter that's a child that's, trying to do it in her life, which is great. But we know what you're doing. You're hiding behind the drama of the Rossini offseason. A.J. Brown talking about Mac Jones. Vrabel, comes from good faith when it comes to yelling at A.J. Brown, but yet he's, I don't know.
Well, it's also a respect thing, too, right?
Yeah.
He respects Mike Vrabel because it was his guy down in, Tennessee, then got traded, and probably, I think it's fair to say, as a player, I can understand why you wouldn't respect Nick Sirianni.
Totally.
I can see that.
The noise here lends me to the question of, is it all Sirianni and the Eagles, or was A.J. Brown never a part of the drama? Because they both, there was a lot of finger pointing on the way out over there in Philly.
It's safe to say everybody's guilty, right?
Well, what, the owner put a blown-up bunny rabbit in there to change the morale of the team or whatever it was? Yeah.
Was that the owner or was that the coach who did that?
I don't know. I forget. It's either the owner or maybe it was Roseman. I don't know. Put an inflatable bunny rabbit in there to change. It lasted a week.
Well, everyone's getting going in training camp, and the Niners are without their head coach. Kyle Shanahan in the car accident a couple of weeks ago. Thank goodness he's okay as well. But I guess one word on the state of the 49ers, if you think this is going to affect them at the start of this season, not knowing when their head coach is going to be back.
Yeah, again, it's bizarre because that car accident happened 2 weeks ago. Everybody seemingly knew about it, but nobody reported about it, which makes you, wonder. And then the GM yesterday says we're never going to know who's at fault or something like this fishy, man. Like everybody, Dusty's kind of looking at me like, yeah, there's something fishy going on here, and I don't know what it is yet. I want to know though. This one is very intriguing.
Almost lost an eyeball in the car accident. Shanahan, right? That's what we're talking about. Like almost lost an eye. Like that whole thing. Like ESPN reporters knew about it, but didn't. Looking at you, Schefter, and then we're told to stay hush hush. So. It reminds me of, what's his name in L.A. Confidential? Danny DeVito plays his character like Jack Vincennes. No, that's Kevin Spacey. Sid something. It's Sid something. Danny DeVito he writes for Hush Hush magazine. Great movie if you've never seen L.A. Confidential. James Ellroy novel. Very odd is the word. Like how this is weird, man. Like I don't know, man. It just seems weird.
What went on? What happened in this car
inebriated?
Accident?
Like,
did he run into a wall? Did he hit a parking meter? Like,
because if there's no one at fault, there's no criminal charges. We would have found out about that the same day that
did he
happened.
wreck and leave the scene?
Maybe. It does. It leaves it all open for this kind of speculation and interpretation of the way we want to interpret it. And that's why I always say, we've lived this a number of times this year alone where you're not honest and everybody starts digging and then they end up finding out the truth that you don't want the truth to be found out, And so just be honest with people. But this is bizarre. There's nobody's at fault. There's no other victim. Right?
Apparently. That's the reporting, yeah. We are under a week away till the trade deadline. Monday at 5 o'clock is the Major League Baseball trade deadline. One word on the Royals heading into Monday's trade deadline.
Well, the word I'll use is active. You better be active. You start trading guys. And Michael Wacha needs to go. Seth Lugo needs to go. Lane Thomas needs to go. All three of those guys need to go to give you an opportunity to kind of hopefully restock that farm system.
Yeah, Sell. What's that show that used to be on Saturday mornings? I didn't know
Kramer?
what. Yeah, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Sell.
Never knew what he was talking about. I was just entertained. It's
he
like
would hit that button. It would yell sell.
Sell.
Mm-hmm.
He'd talk about stocks as if literally like I knew what was going on. And that's what the Royals need to do. Like, I don't know how the trade deadline works with teams. I don't know who they talk to. I don't know who's bluffing, who's not. But either way, sell.
Yeah, there's no reason to hold on to these guys. There really isn't. You're not gaining anything by holding on to Seth Lugo or Michael Wacha or Lane Thomas. And if all three of those guys aren't traded by next week, malpractice by the organization. And if I'm the owner, I'm going, why are we keeping these guys when we're, headed towards 100 losses?
If your last name was Practice, would you name your son Mel? That is one word, brought to you by Maloney's, The Sand Trap, and The Landing. 3 great local spots, delicious food, cold drinks, TVs everywhere to watch your favorite sports teams. All 3 have outdoor patio seating to enjoy the lovely summer nights. And on Tuesday at Maloney's, you can get a chicken shawarma, 6 ounce of sliced chicken, rolled in a flour tortilla with tomatoes, shredded lettuce, and a garlic sauce, served with your choice of fries or chips for $13. Also, they have the tacos and burritos tonight at Maloney's with $4.50 margaritas and beers and $6 double margaritas. Nathan alluded to it with it less than a week away. Josh Vernier at 8:20 today. We talk about the trade deadline and who should be gone on the Royals here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Terry Hardy's is closed. Well, that sucks.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, today's a great day for my friends over at Window World, because if you have great replacement windows in your house, you don't have to worry about your windows leaking. But if you woke up this morning and you looked at your floor and it was wet and you're thinking, what happened? Well, you've got bad windows and you need great replacement windows. In fact, you need the best replacement windows, and that is Window World. And that's just not me saying it. We have over 30 Window World windows in our home, but the Window World windows are just one of 2 windows with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval, and they're ranked #1 of windows sold in the country by Qualified Remodeler magazine. And the best part about Window World for me is that lifetime warranty. Covers all the parts, the glass breakage, and the labor. And so if you have a situation like us where the dog runs through the screen door, just call Window World. They'll come out, they'll replace it, no charge, because of that lifetime warranty. So it's time for you to get the official window of the Kansas City Chiefs in your home today. Call Window World for a free in-home estimate at 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. That's 1-800-GET-WINDOWS, or at windowskansascity.com. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. It's Window World.
Is anyone paying attention to rural Kansas? Everything costs way too much, and the politicians in Topeka keep siding with big tech and give a thumbs up to these massive data centers. We need someone who will fight for our farmers and ranchers and all the working people of Kansas. Vicki Schmidt is running for governor. She's the insurance commissioner who is laser focused on lowering costs and taking a stand against these out-of-state tech companies. Vicki's running mate is Joe Newland. He's the former Kansas Farm Bureau president who has spent his career farming himself and advocating for our rural communities. Vicki Schmidt and Joe Newland will fight tirelessly to protect our land, water, and way of life. That's why the Kansas Farm Bureau has endorsed Vicki and Joe. Finally, someone who has our back. Vicki Schmidt and Joe Newland for governor and lieutenant governor. Defend US PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Dustin McIntyre, Treasurer. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. DefendUSPAC.us.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Northland, 35 southbound, heavy before Vivian. Off again, on again, slow stuff to 29. 29 southbound, slow rolling from Armour into the downtown loop. Things are heavy in the Grandview Triangle, then getting on to 435 sluggish from there to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Cody and Gold back in studio today, but don't forget they'll be back out at camp on Wednesday. I believe they have an off day at camp today.
Today is an off day, scheduled off day, yep.
And then they'll be back there Wednesday live at 10 a.m. and Friday live at 10 a.m. as they are in full-blown camp season. Some big names that you're going to hear on the trade block for a lot of people is Zach Neto or Mike Trout. As there's a possibility that those guys get dealt from the Angels, but Mike Trout's going to take the perfect deal.
What does that mean?
I mean, I don't know, man, because the Angels aren't really interested in hearing what you have to say about Mike Trout, which is interesting.
Yeah, but now they have John Mozeliak running the show out there.
Sure.
So it may be different than when Perry was running the deal and just doing whatever Artie told him to do. Maybe Mozeliak will have, the ability to go out there and do some things differently because, like, I heard Ben talking about it this morning when I was driving in, and they were talking about the guy from Marte from Arizona. And he's like, that's the perfect Angel. Just go out there with a big contract and do nothing. I mean, the Angels have to get out of that malaise, don't they? Have these guys with big contracts that do nothing for them?
I mean, the thing is, it's like, if I'm the Yankees, I offer whatever you want for Trout. I mean, why not?
Why not?
I mean, he's never won.
Right.
Never will. If he stays in Anaheim,
right,
and you're 35, 30,
he's mid-30s now.
Yeah, 34. Yankees are just completely decimated with their roster, with Bellinger being out, with Judge being out, and Stanton being out. And Bellinger announced yesterday out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yep.
Could only imagine what that lineup could possibly look like come October and the playoffs start. And you got Ben Rice, Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, Stanton, Bellinger.
Good Lord. And they'd still lose to the Dodgers.
Possibly.
35 on August 7th.
Yeah, he's got the same birthday as me,
That's right.
Sidney Crosby, myself, all three great athletes. But the trade deadline is looming. Obviously, August 3rd is a Monday next week, or Tuesday next week. And that's when it ends, I believe, at 5 p.m. Eastern time. There are 5 names that the Kansas City Royals should very much shop away.
Okay.
That don't necessarily fill a need for you next year. There's maybe one that I would maybe listen to.
Okay.
Those names are Seth Lugo, who is 36. He is not part of your future, but he could be a very good piece for somebody who needs a 3rd or 4th starter down the stretch. I'm looking at you, Chicago Cubs. Michael Wacha, same sort of narrative. 35, 1 year younger, having maybe one of his best years of his career with, he got 13 quality starts this year, right? Michael Wacha is a very valuable piece. We've had Matt Cotrero tell us if he had one guy to pitch a must-win game in the playoffs, Wacha gets the ball. Say what you will about Q. Guy knows how to coach, I guess, if he's in the major leagues. I don't disagree with that statement. Wacha's a veteran. He knows how to do it. He's not going to be intimidated.
Yeah.
Also was an all-star this year. Another name that you could throw out there, Daniel Lynch. I know that there's a lot of you that, they drafted Daniel Lynch. He was supposed to be a starter. It didn't work out. He's had a renaissance in the bullpen. He still stated that he wants to be a starter. So unless you think, and you damn near know, that he's going to be one of your 5 guys next year in your rotation, where you might not have a Waka, Lugo, there's one more that you Bubich, you're not going to have. Reagan's we're not going to see until at least the halfway point of the season next year. And what can you believe in that with Reagan's? I think that ship has sailed for a lot of believers in Kansas City.
I have no belief in Cole Reagan's ever being, and that's not a bad mindset. That's the right mindset to have. The worst mindset to have is, as a general manager specifically, is hoping that a guy's going to come back from injury. These guys that are injured, you cannot plan on them being part of your organization, especially a guy like Cole Reagan's, who has proven he's more injured than healthy.
It goes further than that. Kolek's out for the year next year. Bergert's out for the year next year. We haven't heard from Alec Marsh in a couple of years. Like, it is all the way down. It is just injuries.
And that's part of the reason why we're sitting here wondering if Lugo and Walker are going to be traded, because you look at it and you go, if they are traded, who the hell's in your rotation next year? Well, that's on you to figure that out. Maybe you do move Daniel Lynch back into a starting role. I would have no problem with that. I'd have a bigger problem keeping Waka and Lugo on this roster than trying to make Daniel Lynch a starter next year, because you're holding your organization back if you keep Lugo and Waka on your roster at this point in time. You have an opportunity to trade these guys to organizations that need them and then get guys back in return. Then it's up to you to develop and make sure those guys you get back in return are not total busts. And, you've got to figure this out. I think, again, I'll keep using the term organizational malpractice. If you have a bunch of those guys still on the roster this time next week, Dusty, what are we doing here?
Well, we can get into that too, because 2027 looks very miserable next year for baseball.
Yeah.
The other 2 names, the one obvious one is Lane Thomas. That's another guy that obviously you picked him up to, if you needed that left-handed bat this year for when things would hopefully get great down the stretch, he would be there. He's been decent this year, better than average, but he's a name that's got to be moved. And the last one that's going to be a little interesting is Michael Massey.
Yeah.
I don't know if Michael Massey is your future at second base. Michael Massey's had a hell of a year. I like Michael Massey.
Has a nice season, yeah.
I think Michael Massey is one of those guys that seems perfect for this franchise, but sometimes that guy that's perfect for yours is also perfect for somebody else's in the playoffs. Michael Massey is a guy that has been above average this year defensively and at the plate when it comes to his stance at the Royals lineup this year. I know that there's been injuries that have been plagued in Michael Massey's career, but moving a guy like him to a team, maybe that is a package deal. Maybe that is one of those things where you look at Massey's contract, you look at the control a team would have, you look at him as like a poor man's Ben Zobrist. He can go out there and just play second base. He's not going to go out there and play outfield or anything like that, but you look at a team like, maybe Boston that would need a second baseman, or you look at the Yankees who don't really trust Volpe at shortstop. They moved Chisholm to short. They moved Massey to second. Teams like that have that sort of playoff, aspirations that are probably going to be there, want to load their roster the best they can. And I don't know if you're the Yankees, if you can have Volpe out there in the playoffs making errors like he's made this year, struggling at the plate when he struggles. But Jazz Chisholm, you know what he's going to give you day in and day out.
Yes.
There's going to be some antics. There's going to be some good play. There's going to be some off-the-wall stuff, but he's going to show up every day. And if you can move him to short and maybe a guy like Michael Massey and Lane Thomas get added to your team, and you can find somebody in their system to deal with the Royals, that's the sort of conversations I think that they have to have, because with all of these guys, they hold a value spot for another team. And again, the trade deadline is not normally a big name guy going to a team, because teams don't necessarily need a ton. They need pieces. And you have 3 very valuable pieces that teams need in 3 pitching arms with Lugo, Waka, and Massey. Now, I know Lugo hasn't been himself of the last 2 years over this season, but pretty decent start his last time out. But teams that are buying are most likely already in. They just want to pad themselves a little bit more for protection when it comes to being in that playoff picture. So they don't need a franchise per se saving player. They need a rest of the season player. And that's a guy like Lugo, and that's a guy like Waka.
Sure.
But even if a team got Waka, they're going to get one more year with him no matter what.
You get Waka on your team right now, you should be ecstatic if you're another organization as a fan, right? If you get Michael Waka on your team, because you're right, Dusty. And that's why you trade him now and don't wait till this time next year, because what are the Royals going to do differently next year? You're going to run this thing back next year and tell us it's just going to be different? Fans aren't going to have that. You can't run this thing back next year. So you have an opportunity right now with a year and a half left left on Michael Wacha's deal to really get something sweet for him. It's not necessarily a deadline deal where you're just renting a player. Now, if you hold on to Michael Wacha for the rest of the season, well, then you damn well better be trading him this offseason because, again, he's still more valuable to you where you are as an organization right now as a trade piece versus a piece on your roster. And I wish it was different. I wish we were having different conversations about the trade deadline, but we're not. And when you're in a bad situation, you have to find a way to take the positive out of that right now. And the Royals are in a really bad, no good situation. They've got to find a way to take a positive out of it right now. And holding on to pitchers for the sake of getting a couple of more wins this year or next year hold your entire organization back from being able to take that big step forward. You have to have forward vision thinking when you're talking about this ball club. You can't be thinking about what's happening for the rest of 26 or 27. You've got to be focused on 28. And is this team going to be a competitive team in the last couple of years of Bobby Witt's contract as well? And so right now, you're not.
Coming up on the other side, it's a Tuesday, so it's Bob's Bonehead of the Week here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250 back. Our founding fathers recognized that to change our circumstances, we must be free. And 250 years later, you still have that freedom. So if you're over 40 and you've been dealing with low energy, low sex drive, you know what it's like not feeling like yourself. You don't have to stay that way. Low T Center is raising the T of America Patriots from C to shining C. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal. Because bringing back that energy and vitality of your youth is worth celebrating. Visit FixMyLowT.com to book your free tea test today. That's FixMyLowT.com. Don't miss out on this offer. It ends July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Conservative, family man, author of The Bald Plan to Reduce Property Taxes. Listen to Scott Schwab.
Property taxes are killing Kansans, but one day it hit me. BALD.
BALD stands for Better Affordable Living by Decreasing Property Taxes. And it's the only detailed plan. Schwab's BALD plan means voter approval for property tax hikes, refunds for unfair assessments, and tax relief for seniors and working families. Listen to Scott Schwab.
I'm focused on reducing taxes for Kansans. You should keep more. My BALD plan makes sure of it. When I'm governor, we'll get it done.
Finally, a governor with a good head on his shoulders. Author of the BALD Plan to Decrease Property Taxes. Conservative Republican Scott Schwab for governor. Visit scottschwab.com/bald to learn more. Paid for by Schwab for Governor, Jim Felter, Treasurer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Kansas side, 435 southbound, very heavy from K32 down to Shawnee Mission Parkway. 635 southbound, slows before Gibbs, gets heavier approaching I-35, and 35 southbound, slow from 635 down past Antioch. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Tune in to Cody and Gold starting at 10 as they broadcast live from Chiefs training camp with exclusive one-on-one interviews and real-time updates from practice. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. Welcome into Fescoe and Dusty.
I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
A show that, analytically, exists between 6 and 10 weekday mornings on Kansas City's only FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, buddy.
Live from the studios that brought you.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Here's Bob Fescoe and Dusty Likens.
Hey, 28 years ago today, Sting was about to win his match against Scott Hall, but Bret Hart once again got involved in his business. Slow sports day. Somebody asked, have you guys seen The Odyssey yet? I went to see it last night. One of the best movies I've seen in a while.
Yeah, is it good? My daughter went and saw it, really liked it too.
What time did she go see it?
I think they saw it like middle of the day, actually.
Perfect.
Yeah.
3 hours long.
Yeah, that's too much.
2 hours and 54 minutes. But that seems like one of those movies that you have to see in the theater.
Yeah.
I know everybody says that, and then you go home and you're like, actually, I have a really nice TV.
Yeah.
That, like, has good quality. But I get it. Like, you want to see the whole,
right.
The whole concept of like the sounds and all that sort of stuff. I wish you could watch every episode of House of the Dragon in the movie theater during the season of it because it's the final season.
Would you do that though if there was like a movie theater
Monday
showing
afternoon?
for like like you had to go at the certain time, like Sunday night at 7:00 they're going to show every Sunday.
I'd be home by 8:15.
Yeah, like just pick a show, like I don't know, whatever show you wanted to watch. But every Sunday it was only shown at like an IMAX, and you had to go down there and watch it. That'd be kind of fun.
But a show that desires that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
House of the Dragon, a lot of CGI dragons, obviously that sort of stuff. Nerd alert.
Yeah. Wait, those weren't real?
No.
Oh.
No. Unfortunately, no.
Damn.
Good thing, because I don't know what we would do if a giant dragon flew over this station right now.
I think we'd just laugh.
Hey, Dad, it's Dusty. It's nice knowing you. There is a dinosaurish dragon flying around this station.
It's a pterodactyl out there going to land on the roof.
Oh, you'd know. We will get to Josh Vernier here in about 15 to 20 minutes, but yesterday was not the greatest thing to see when it came to baseball and the future. This came from Jeff Passan yesterday. There are MLB owners who think there will not be a single game played next season again, per Passan of ESPN. That is scary to know that the owners are just like, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, that's what it is, though. That's the problem, is the owners don't care. And if they say we're not going to play, a baseball game, and then we're not going to play a baseball game, and that's the way it goes. And there are owners out there that want this game shut down. And again, another big problem is you have division amongst the owners as well. You own your team, I own my team. You want A, I want B. Well, we can't even go to the players because we don't agree about what we want. And so the owners need to get on the same page in all of this, right? I also think this is where, and I know nobody wants to hear this, but this is when the federal government really does need to get involved in this situation, because what the federal government can do, most people don't know the antitrust exemption in baseball. What essentially the antitrust exemption is, for layman's terms, and you can weigh in, Nathan, you're a lawyer, you know better than us, but the antitrust exemption basically gives Major League Baseball the ability to operate as a monopoly with no competition. The NBA doesn't have that, the NHL doesn't have that, and the NFL does not have that. They all have the ability to have a competing league. And so I think if the federal government told Major League Baseball, if you go on a work stoppage, we're getting rid of your antitrust exemption, and then a new baseball league forms, and I came up with the DBL, I called it years ago, the different baseball league.
DBL Stinky.
Yeah, right. The different baseball league. But if
BBL Stinky.
If they really want to screw with Major League Baseball, the federal government can get right in there and take that antitrust exemption away if they go on a work stoppage and miss games. And Major League Baseball will have this thing figured out very fast, because the last thing they want to do is have a work stoppage. Then the federal government says, we're taking away your antitrust exemption. A competing league can start. A bunch of rich dudes that have wanted baseball teams forever start a competing league and start overpaying like the USFL did back in the 80s with the NFL, and you start getting those players, and then all of a sudden Major League Baseball is rendered a product that isn't as good. And so that's what I would do. If I was the federal government right now, I'd take their antitrust exemption away and allow this market to have open competition. Nathan, you're a lawyer. Your rebuttal.
Well, they do have that exemption, and they've kicked this can down the road because the strike, the last time, I know that in, 2022, we were a week late to start the season, or maybe it was 21. I don't recall, but the games were all made up throughout the year.
Right.
So the last time was missed was that 94 season, and even though the exemption exists, the owners tried to just unilaterally do all the things they're bargaining for now. They were pissed free agency had been recently started. They wanted a salary cap. They didn't want to have to give guys arbitration raises. And so they just did it. They just rewrote the rules and said, we're going to play baseball in 1995. And the players filed a labor complaint. And Judge Sotomayor in New York, who now sits on the Supreme Court, struck that down, ruled for the players. Now here we are. The owners still want those things to some form 30 years later. We know they can't do it unilaterally, so how do they have to get it done?
Yeah.
And I mean, is Passan reporting, or is he passing on news that an owner wants him to have for leverage?
Sure, there is. Absolutely.
But I still believe the report is that is what we are headed for.
Yeah, the owners seemingly just don't care. The players are going to start caring because the players, the league minimum guys, the guys that aren't making a lot of money, remember, they're not getting paid during any of this. And when does the wife start chirping? When does she start saying, you can get your ass back to work? We've got no money coming in. And if you're Max Scherzer, you're fine. You've made hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
That guy needs to retire anyway.
He does.
That guy's getting slugged, man.
He really is. But think if you're a guy like Jack Caglione, right?
Yeah.
And you're making the league minimum of $750,000. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of money, and it's a nice chunk of change. Don't get me wrong. But that's not millionaire money, right? That's not living in the same landscape as a Max Scherzer is.
And not to be that guy, but he was the 6th overall pick, so he got a nice check of
couple
like
bucks,
$10 million.
yeah. But how many Jack Cagliones are out there that are making the league?
No, I know. I'm being a Richard.
Right, no, I know.
I get you.
Yeah, but
Thanks,
even
coach.
still, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yes, is Kilgore practicing?
This is also going to be
What's
the
up
first.
with the youth?
This will be the first time in my lifetime that a CBA has been negotiated in any sport where the public is on the side of the owners as well. The common fan wants a salary cap. They want what the owners are bargaining for. Owners have sold them on, we're not going to spend our money. It is not our fault that we are not competitive, and you need us to save, and you need to help us save money.
I'm glad you said that because we've asked many times if baseball strikes or they hold out, will that kill the fandom? And I'm starting to think no. Because of what's trying to be negotiated.
If there's a salary cap that comes in,
then because we're getting texts as we speak, which was what I wanted to get into, but you guys are way more advanced on the law side of things than I am. Whereas like I look at it from a standpoint of like the fans are like, you know what? Sometimes the best sacrifice is for the best reward of the future. And you look at what this is, right? Can we get a salary cap and a salary floor in baseball? If that causes me to miss 60% of my Major League Baseball season, but this is now etched in stone for the future, was it worth it? Whereas before, it wasn't about this when it came to the strikes in the 70s and in the 90s. Whereas like now it's like, hey, this could like completely change the entire landscape of the game for everyone involved, not just the super rich. Now, again, the super rich will still benefit from this because they always do. But like, I'm wondering from a fan standpoint, like, will this kill it or will this make it more intriguing? Because there are so many economics involved in this when it comes to, you look at like the Royals standpoint, trying to open up a new stadium and then also trying to get the best that they can out of Bobby Witt Jr. You miss baseball next year, you miss another year of control. You're getting closer to that opt-out deal that he can have.
Right.
You look at the young superstars that are on the clock that are moving that you're trying to watch, and a Jensen and a Cags and all these type of guys.
And I don't know what happens with their contracts in a situation like this, but your body continues to age. You're still a year older regardless if you're playing baseball or not.
Right. And then the other thing that happens is you look at it from a perspective of, okay, so now we can all be in the same kind of conversation that the NFL is, right? NFL, 3 to 4 years, turnover, right? You see what the Rams had a couple of years where they were down, then they rebuild, they're back up. You look at the Chiefs, they got a quarterback, they went through these different, seasons. They got to get rid of these guys. You've got to make executive decisions on who to keep, who not to keep, instead of being like, oh, yeah, we've got these 3 guys. We're going to go ahead and spend a ton of money and just get more guys. Whereas if baseball can have this, if this lockout is inevitable and you're going to have this sort of shutdown, and we can ask Vern about it when we get him on the show here in about 10 minutes. Like, I don't necessarily know, as of today of July 28th, 2026, if a lockout or a shutdown of a season because of what the outcome could be necessarily drives fans away, because you look at where the baseball card industry is, right?
Yeah.
We talked about it all the time. Now there's a 6.5 bounty out for the Ohtani dual logo card. What does that do? Where is that emphasis in it? We know that that is a driving force for the game. There's no doubt about it,
Sure
right?
it is,
Billionaires are now into it. So there's a lot of different people out here that are like, hey, get a cap, get a floor. We'll be fine with it if it takes a pause. I don't know if this necessarily kills stuff like the steroid era did or the strike of 94 did. I think that baseball is in a very good place, but it could be in paradise if it can get these things figured out.
I don't mean to hop in front of you here, Bob.
That's fine.
But the floor is important, as
The
what you
floor
said
is the
there.
most important
floor is
thing,
important
yeah.
because do not act like the owners are selling you now on it's hard to be competitive. If there was a salary cap that was $300 million and the Royals spent, I don't know, $170 this year, you think that means John Sherman is going to spending $130 million this offseason? That is not what that means.
No, that's exactly right, Nathan.
Owners are going to still tell you, well, percentage of revenue-wise, we're spending more than the Dodgers are. They look at all the revenue they bring in, and they're only spending $300 million. We shouldn't be expected to. Billionaires are going to keep trying to save money. That's how the world works. So if there is no floor involved, the salary cap does not help the competitiveness, and it does not help the players. It just doesn't.
There's no point in a salary cap if you don't have a salary floor. In fact, I think a salary floor is more important than a salary cap is at this point in time. But also, too, don't let the owners confuse you by saying competitive balance. Competitive balance is a key translation for cheap. And that's what the owners are trying to do, because the Yankees want a salary cap. The Mets want a salary cap. All these big spending teams want a salary cap because it prevents them from spending too much money. So they're going to roll out to you competitive balance. But what really the owners are saying is we're all cheap and we don't want to spend and we have to help ourselves from spending. Now, the other flip side of this about the antitrust stuff that I think is also important to bring up is the gentleman that's in the White House right now, Donald Trump. And the reason I bring him up is because he tried to buy into the NFL and was rebucked in the 80s, and that's why he went to the USFL and had that opportunity to do that. Donald Trump is not going to sit here, I don't think, and allow this antitrust exemption to remain in place with Major League Baseball. He may go out there and say, look, I watched this happen in football. It allowed us to have this other league. It didn't go as well as everybody wanted to. But Donald Trump has been part of this antitrust stuff in sports for the better part of 40 years when he was involved in the USFL. So he's probably going to look at this too and go, I'll take the antitrust exemption away. So the owners have to be very careful on that. If the federal government gets away and removes the antitrust exemption, they're not going to be able to go on strike because a bunch of rich dudes will form a different league and start paying guys.
We'll go backwards as we go forward. Before we get to Vern, we'll get to Bob's Bonehead of the Week. I missed the promise there. We'll get to it next here at 96.5 The Fan. Good conversation, though.
No, great conversation.
Here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Jack Caglione, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Weekday mornings starting at 6 right here on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Hey, the summer gets super hot, so now you need to get a Super Light. That's right. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drinks flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. And ooh, that blue chill is money, baby. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that's perfect for any occasion. From the golf course to the bar, at night, at the concert, a day at the ballpark, Super Light is here for the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. You must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard-eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
what if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept, it's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
It's the law, man. If you've been injured in a motor vehicle accident, call me ASAP, 816-816-9111. I've recovered millions for my clients. Take it away.
The lawman gets results. Jungle Law 10. Call the lawman. Let the fight begin. The lawman gets results. Jungle Law.
Come see me get roasted August 1st at 7 p.m. at the Uptown Theater. Go to junglelaw.com for details.
The choice of a lawyer shouldn't be based on advertisements.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Seth Lugo, and this is your home for Royals Baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
North KC, 169 highway southbound. Heavy around Briarcliff. Moves better down past 9 Highway. Grandview Triangle, things are heavy. 470 westbound. Getting on to 435 stays slow. Off and get on again heavy on 435 from there to the state line. Kansas side, 435 southbound. Slows past Holiday Drive. Stays pretty heavy down to Shawnee Mission Parkway. And now 70 eastbound checking in slow with an accident in the 635 interchange. Delays not quite back to 57th. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Bob's Boneheads. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to keep this pretty simple today, and I guess I'm going to go in the Wayback Machine and give this to college sports about 40 years ago when they could have rectified everything that we're seeing now in college sports. And I was going to talk about these folks before this story came out today, but Ohio State just signed a $17 million per year agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase to wear their logo on their jersey. All of the sports, 36 different Ohio State teams will be wearing this patch for $17 million per year. That's a huge investment. Then Dusty and I were looking this morning, and if you want to do something and look at some of the coolest stuff you've ever seen, Texas A&M is now building football suites for their high rollers, right? These suites are about 6 miles away from the football stadium. Basically, they have created man caves for people to use before the football games. And there's about, 20, 25 of these things with kind of a football field in the middle, these huge suites on either side that are private living rooms, kitchens. They've got butler service in these things. It sure feels like you're going to be able to use these things whenever you want. They're your suite. You get the opportunity to decorate them. Then a car meets you and takes you right to the game. When it's game time, takes you back. It's giving you the opportunity to essentially do what they're calling an upscale tailgate down there at Texas A&M, where you want to have different than what we got. We don't have these big $1 million clients that people are taking to these games all the time. And you want an area where you can entertain them in that type of atmosphere. And so Texas A&M is built. Look it up, man. Look at these suites that Texas A&M is building. I thought they were pretty damn incredible. My bonehead goes back to the years when we could have solved all this, guys, and didn't turn college sports into an arms race. Josh Pastner, the head basketball coach at UNLV, is under fire because he said, instead of buying an NBA team for Vegas, buy UNLV. And he's trying to sell his basketball team. I mean, this is where we are. They could have stopped all this years and years ago, but they let the arrogance get in the way and never rectified anything. And now we've got all of this stuff going on, and eventually it is going to be, guys, Major League Baseball with the haves and the have-nots in college sports.
Yeah, and it's still cheaper to go to that than it is to go to Disney World with your family.
It's true, yep.
All right, Vern, we are a week away from the Major League trade deadline in baseball. Who has the most value at 96.5 The Fan to be traded?
Oh, at our station? First of all, Bob, you're right, man. I'm looking at those suites right now. They're like cabanas for football,
I mean, bigger than cabanas, right, Vern? They're unbelievable, right?
Yeah, it is an arms race, and now I'm waiting for Michigan to get this, Michigan to get the $17 million patch.
Right.
On all. The highest trade value at 90... Nathan, I would say Nathan right now. I would say his value is very high. I think he is underappreciated at the station, and I think he's honestly too good for sports radio. So I would say Nathan.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Check is in the mail, Vern. Thank you very much.
There we go. Vern, I mentioned earlier, not sure if you were tuned in, 5 names that I think you could move on this team: Lugo, Waka, Lynch, Massey, and Lane Thomas. Am I crazy?
No, not crazy. Well, listen, when the team's still 17 games below 500, there shouldn't be many guys that are untouchable. But, to me, the most obvious trade chip is one of those. Lane Thomas, obviously, almost everybody outside of Atlanta needs that Lane Thomas type of bat, a right-handed bat, a guy that can run around in the outfield to make a few plays. Every contending team, again, outside of Atlanta, can find a spot for Lane Thomas. So to me, that's the one that stands out where you say, all right, you can't miss on that, JJ. I know it's 2 months of Lane Thomas, but if you look at his last 2 months, he's been one of the 30, 40 best players in Major League Baseball. So you need to win that trade, and don't buy it when GMs say, hey, the best trades are when both sides win. No, when you're in Kansas City, man, you need to fleece some other teams, and that's what I'm looking for when it comes to Lane Thomas. Starling Marte, again, another right-handed bat, a guy that's batting 290 when his name's in the starting lineup. I think you could get something, a lottery ticket for Starling Marte. But as far as those guys that are under team control for multiple seasons, it really comes back to this question. Do you believe that their stock is as high as it's ever going to be? Can you kick the can down the road? Can you trade them this offseason? Will their stock still be as high this offseason when the other 29 teams, when every team could compete for the services of Waka or Lang or Lynch, Massey, Isaac Collins, Nick Lofton, guys that are under team control but are performing well right now, and so well that you ask yourself, do I need to strike while the iron's hot? Will their value still be high this offseason, or will their value be as high next year at the trade deadline? Can you kick this can down the road? And to me, Michael Massey I've eliminated from the list. I'm too intrigued, and I don't think there's enough teams that need a second baseman right now. You know, maybe Texas, right? They're fighting for that AL West crown, but I just don't see the bidding war that I would need to ultimately part with a guy in Massey that has been one of the 3 best defensive second basemen in the sport. And since the month of April ended, a guy that's batting .287 with an OPS near 800. At second base, man, I'm willing to give Michael Massey a longer look. Maybe we revisit this offseason. Maybe he's your opening day second baseman, but I'm no longer all that interested in trading Michael Massey. I just don't think that the demand would be there. Isaac Collins, Nick Lofton, Daniel Lynch, Alex Lang. To me, those 4, I'd be willing to say that, yeah, I don't believe their stock is ever going to be as high as it is right now. Maybe it still is this offseason. Maybe you can trade them this offseason. But if that right deal comes along for the right-handed bat of Nick Lofton, again, not a guy that's going to be an everyday player for a contending team, but a guy that dominates lefties this season, batting .292 against southpaws with, an on-base percentage better than .370. I think Nick Lofton is performing certainly as well as he ever has and maybe as well as he ever will. Daniel Lynch, I feel the same way. To me, the only reason you would hang on to a guy like Daniel Lynch is if you believe he can return to the rotation, or if you believe he is a high-leverage reliever, not only right now, but he will be again next season. I'm not willing to go there like I am with Michael Massey. So Lynch, Lang, Lofton, and Isaac Collins, to me, are all guys that I'm not sure if they're going to be able to ever find this type of performance again. Waka, to me, is a different story, because I understand those of you that believe, yeah, this is as good as Waka's going to get, right? Mm-hmm. He's only getting older. Strike while the iron's hot. I can't fight you on that. But if you move Michael Waka, I just don't see how you're able to put together anything that resembles a competitive pitching staff by opening day of 2027. So personally, I'm willing to ride it out with Michael Waka. I'm willing to hang on to Michael Massey, but the rest of them can go. As far as tonight's starter, Seth Lugo, he's had back-to-back nice outings, but to me, that would still be nothing more than a money dump, because I can't imagine a team in contention is viewing Seth Lugo as their missing piece, right? He's a guy that slots in, even for a good team, he slots in as their, number 4? He's not getting a start in the postseason for a team that makes it to October. So, how much do you really want in return for a guy that's due more than $25-30 million over the next few seasons, and he slots no higher than your number 4? So that's my long-winded answer to the trade deadline, which is now 6 days away.
All right, so Vern, let me ask you this. Why not, as we've talked about, moving Lynch maybe back into the rotation, giving you the opportunity to trade Michael Waka?
Yeah, certainly. Post-trade deadline, I think Daniel Lynch will get a look or two, because why the hell not?
Right.
But going into the deadline with him performing as well as he has, I think they want to continue to put this version of Lynch out there. And if anybody finds him attractive enough that they're willing to part with a young, controllable starting pitcher, I think the Royals pull the trigger on that. But if he sticks it out through the trade deadline, yeah, I think they'll give Daniel Lynch a look or two down the stretch, because Randy Dobnak is getting starts right now. So
hey, that's our guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very interesting dude, but I have no interest in watching him perform for the Royals.
Vern, what is your future radar say about 162 games played in 2027 in Major League Baseball?
Oh, boy. You would like to think that cooler heads would prevail. You would like to think that owners have some self-awareness that we're fighting for scraps right now, right? Yep. Scraps left by the NFL. We're fighting with Major League Soccer. We're fighting with the NBA. Yes, we have the summer to ourselves, but still, we're still fighting for scraps, right? The NFL still dominates summer, so we're fighting for regional scraps. Not many people will miss Major League Baseball until opening day, This offseason, once the lockout happens on December 1st, people will be annoyed, but it'll fade. I don't think you guys will talk about it all that much because it's football season. It probably won't come up until it's officially a delayed spring training. So we're talking about 2.5 months of a lockout that most sports fans are oblivious to. If that's not a wake-up call to ownership, I don't know what would be. I think you get a truncated spring training, but I'm still banking on all 162 because the sport's just not what the sport was back in 1994. And it was tough to come back from that.
Yep.
And again, you're fighting for scraps. So if you try to come back, you were fighting so hard to get back to prominence back in 1995. In 2027, you're going to be fighting for even fewer scraps. So Major League Baseball, just like the NBA, just like the NHL, none of these second-tier sports leagues can really afford to be out of sight, out of mind, because that's exactly what they would be.
Yeah, so do you think there's a good opportunity, and I made the case earlier, let the feds get involved, take the antitrust exemption away from Major League Baseball and see how fast the owners run back to the table and get a deal done?
Yeah, I would think so. Are there enough interested parties and enough quality ballparks to create some sort of a competition to Major League Baseball? I'm not sure, but hey, whatever gets the boys playing sooner, I'm all for. Whether that's the big man in the White House making it happen or not, whatever.
Yeah, because he was dealing with it with the USFL and NFL stuff, so he's kind of been down this route.
And that's a nice
before,
win for him, right? Just like the college sports thing, you can put it out there, and I'm a man of the people.
I
love
save baseball.
Too. Yeah, exactly.
He's getting involved.
For sure.
Let me ask you this though: what happens to contracts if we miss a season? Like, does a year fall off? Do they get suspended?
So. Yeah, no, it because the player wants to get to free agency, right? The player wants that contract to. Roll, if you're pre-arbitration, sure, see you later, one pre-arbitration season. If you're in arbitration, I don't think the player minds missing out on that. If you signed a big free agent contract and it expires in 2027, well, then you hit the open market, or it just moves on to the next year of your contract. So, no, you don't get paid, but I think that contract continues. You just lose that one season.
Vern, I want to ask you this because Bobby Witt Jr., the future of your franchise, what's the trajectory for him the rest of the year? Obviously, I think 9 games out of the wild card, 11 games out of the division, the season, right? Yeah, the numbers don't matter.
No.
Is there an importance of him playing every game the rest of the year?
No, and I think that's why they didn't hesitate like they did a month or so ago to put him on the IL, right? Last time he was banged up, he sat for like 9-10 days when they could have put him on the 10-day IL, but he's so damn good, they were thinking, shoot, we don't want to lose him for 10 days. If he has to sit for 8 and we get him for 2, we'll do it. But they're not playing around with Bobby anymore, although it does appear as if Bob's going to be back, certainly in time for that Colorado series, certainly by the time the boys get back.
Got that one circled.
Certainly by the time the boys get back from this long road trip. But Maikel Garcia is going to start a rehab assignment tonight. Kyle Isbell could be back soon. None of these guys, is it important for them to play every day? That the health and the confidence of those names of Kaggs and Carter, Luinder Avila, that's what's most important now, is we still have a third of the season still remaining.
When you look at this team right now, though, Vern, if they don't make many moves at the trade deadline, that doesn't mean they can't make any moves in the offseason. Well, unless there's a lockout, obviously. Be very tough to do that. You got a little bit of time there where you can maneuver, but not much. But let's say they don't make any moves here. We go into the offseason, the lockout happens, the lockout's lifted like mid-February, early March, let's say, quick spring training, start of the season. How different is this team really going to be, and how are they going to get these fans back involved with this team if they don't make any moves and you're running back essentially the same crew that, fell on their face?
Well, I think Lane Thomas still would count as no moves because that's an obvious one.
Right.
You have to move Lane
Right.
Thomas. So I think, okay. So you're talking about like multiple year guys.
Yeah. Like, how do you make this team look different going into
Right.
next season,
Well, it's going to be a mad dash the second the World Series ends, right? November 1st until December 1st, it's going to be no holds barred as far as if you know what you want, you better strike quickly. And that's exactly what JJ did back in the winter of 2023, right? Quickly bringing in your boy Will Smith and Chris Stratton and Hunter Renfroe and Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha. They were very fast-acting in that 2023 offseason. But, yeah, you're going to have a month in November, and then, like you mentioned, if spring training pops off in mid-February, then whoever didn't sign that contract is going to hold all of the power, and all those teams are going to start going after them. Now, the lineup, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they run it back offensively for the most part. The reason why I say that is because I don't see them rebuilding the entire team. And they have to rebuild the pitching staff. So to me, that needs to be the focus. And if you can find, a replacement for Lane Thomas, if you can find an upgrade in the outfield, sure, go for it. But you must find upgrades for the pitching staff, both at the front of the rotation and at the back end of the bullpen, because right now it's, you're wishing and hoping and praying that Luinder Avila can fill one of those top 3 spots in the rotation. You're hoping and wishing and praying that Steven Cruz and Daniel Lynch and maybe Alex Lang can once again hold it down at the back end of the bullpen, because that's all you have right now in the organization, at least for the next few seasons, until hopefully Kendry Churio can come here and save the day. So my answer would be offensively, yeah, I think they are going to run it back for the most part. Bobby and Cags and Carter and Vinny and Mike Howell and Salvi, these guys are all going to be back. And the fans, for the most part, love those guys. So I don't think the fans will have that big of an issue with that 6-pack of sluggers returning. But if you bring back this same rotation and this same brutal bullpen, well then, yeah, the season tickets and the interest is going to wane without question. So, don't be surprised if the offense looks very similar. If the pitching staff looks similar, boy, oh boy, I hope they get us to the draft.
Where's Tarek Skubal going?
I'm hoping Milwaukee or Tampa. I heard you guys talking earlier about competitive balance.
Yeah.
Doesn't that spit in the face of competitive balance that maybe 2 of the 3 best teams in the sport right now spend less money than the Royals? Tampa, Milwaukee, Dodgers being that.
But it
13th.
also shows you maybe the salary cap isn't the answer then, too.
No question.
Like that's when people bang on the table for these salary caps. I'm like, Tampa and Milwaukee figure it out,
Right. The Patriots and Chiefs played under a salary cap and dominated the sport for a decade. We could talk about the NBA.
Exactly.
And, the salary cap isn't going to fix much.
It's code, competitive balance, I said earlier, Vern, is code for the owner saying cheap. Because they don't want to pay these high salaries, and they say, if we have a salary cap, it's low-hanging fruit, it'll be competitive balance. The fans will buy it. Meanwhile, they're all just trying to lower their salaries, but they have to have a floor in this thing.
Without question. And you see that in so many different avenues of professional sports. The gutting of minor league baseball, the hope of owners that college baseball will turn into their minor league system, just like the NFL. the NBA starting up the G League, making sure that, hey, you can't go right from the high school into the NBA. That's all just to protect themselves, save themselves money. It's not about the betterment of the game. And just like this lockout, I'm normally on the side of the union, of the workers. And, credit to Major League Baseball's Players Association. They are the last union still standing, the last one that hasn't been broken. The NFL broke its union, the NBA, the NHL, they've all broke their unions. Baseball's the last one to stand strong, and I'll be shocked if they crumble this winter.
I'll be the same, man.
That is Josh Vernier, our Royals insider, tonight, 5:30, as they take on the Henry Lake Twins.
Where do you guys want Scooble to go?
You say Milwaukee. I'd love nothing more to see Mizorowski and Scooble go 1-2, dude.
Man. And like this generation, CC to Milwaukee. Could you imagine facing Scooble and Miz? I don't even know who gets the ball game one. I think it's Miz.
It has to be Miz. He's your guy, right?
He's unbelievable.
I mean, that goes back to Schilling and Johnson, dude. Like that was the last time you really had a 1-2 like that going into the playoffs.
Ohtani and Yamamoto last year was a pretty solid 1-2 punch.
Yeah, but I don't know. Mizorowski and Scooble just scream more than that. I guess because it's West Coast versus we see these guys every day Midwest,
Now, I know we've never seen Ohtani, but that's because he's doing both things. We've never seen Mizorowski either.
True.
That's amazing. So, yeah. I hope we get to see it, no doubt.
And then
Thanks, guys.
And then Mike Trout to the Yankees is my next call.
Sure. Fine with that, too.
Okay. Vern, we'll hear you at 5:30 tonight for your On Deck show. Vern, thanks as always.
Thank you.
That is Josh Vernier, our Royals insider. You heard it there just briefly, but he will be on tonight, 5:30, right before the Twins game at 6:40 here on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up on the other side, the 99 Club has been announced on Madden. A lot of people unhappy with this, and I'm not sure why. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, analytically the best morning radio show in Kansas City, as voted by people.
There's a lot of people talking out of their butt.
Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you about my friends over at Window World because they are absolutely awesome. We have over 30 replacement windows from Window World in our home, and we got them all at once. When we bought our house, everything needed to be done, right? And the windows were one of those things where we said, we're going to Window World and Window World only because we know they sell the best replacement window on the market today, and they have been great for us in our home. We don't lose the air conditioning going out the window in the summer or the heat going out in the wintertime, nothing like that. Our home is all sealed up. And so I know you're looking for replacement windows out there. You got to use the official windows of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is Window World. Window World uses a double strength glass that gives it a strength that's not commonly used in replacement windows. And they have a lifetime warranty. So if anything should happen, any breakage, anything like that, Window World comes out and they replace them for free. So if you're thinking about replacement windows, don't think any further than Window World. Call them today for that free in-home estimate. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. That's 1-800-GET-WINDOWS or at windowskansascity.com. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. It's Window World.
Man, that was the insurance company again.
What'd they say?
They want another statement, more paperwork. They're telling me what my car's worth. Now they want all my medical records.
Dude, why are you dealing with all that?
Call the Car Crash Kings.
One call and they deal with the insurance company for you. The calls, the paperwork, the negotiations. You just focus on getting better.
Hurt in a car wreck? Don't do it yourself. Call the Car Crash Kings. It's what we do.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely from advertisements.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Lotse Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with their 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250. You're over 40, you've got low energy, low sex drive, not feeling yourself. Lotse Center is raising the T of America Patriots from sea to shining sea. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal. Visit FixMyLowT.com and book your free T test today. That's FixMyLowT.com. Offer in July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
You don't have to carry everything on your own. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, depression, substance use, or thoughts of suicide, talking to someone can help. And help is available 24/7 through the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You can call or text 988 anytime to connect with a trained mental health professional. 988 is free, confidential, easy to remember, and available anytime, anywhere, to anyone. Call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. No judgment, just help.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Hi, it's Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Be a part of history by attending Chiefs training camp in St. Joseph, Missouri this summer and see the Chiefs up close. Make the trip to St. Joe something for you and your family to remember. Go to stjomo.com to view or download a free visitor guide and plan your trip. It's where the Pony Express started and Jesse James ended. That's stjomo.com for all the details to make your trip. Chiefs training camp in St. Joseph, Missouri will be one you'll never forget. Produced in cooperation with Visit Missouri.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Kansas side 70 eastbound, heavy from 57th in towards 635 with an accident, but now off to the shoulder. 635 southbound, off again on again slow from Gibbs to 35. 435 southbound, pretty heavy from Johnson Drive down to Shawnee Mission Parkway with construction. Missouri side, Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, slow at Todd George with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back at it. Shout out to Big Vern. Vern, if you're still listening, I didn't get it off on the interview, but as always, I love you, man. Vern needs a lot of love this year.
Yeah, he's out there fighting a good fight, man.
Yeah. Somebody says, back to the movies from earlier. Dusty, you got to see Obsession. Man, I don't know. Max said it was a real mind blank, and I don't know if I want to get into that right now. I got enough on the brain. Actually, I don't have really anything on the brain other than the CEO of Cracker Barrel is stepping down. And
yeah,
now,
I saw that yesterday.
And now the former president of Quiznos is going to take over.
Oh, that's the guy who ran that company into the ground?
That was a sad day, man. The chicken carbonara sandwich at
Oh,
Quiznos.
man.
Oh, daddy.
I like that prime rib one with the steak meat that they had. Oh, man.
White cheddar and pickled onions?
Yeah.
Come on now. We were fat.
There used to be a promotion at Kauffman Stadium, didn't there? A Quiznos promotion?
Probably.
I don't know. I don't remember the
agreement?
Quiznos one.
20 years or more ago. But I haven't had Quiznos in a long time.
Well, it was really good.
There's one right down the road, isn't there?
There used to be. I don't know. You're talking about the one like off of I-35 and Johnson Drive, maybe?
I know there's one close.
There used to be one.
My buddy used to
there.
work out here for a construction company, and he could still get the chicken carbonara sandwich.
How long ago?
2 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if they're around much anymore.
Those damn hamsters killed it, or whatever those things were.
Yeah.
Actually, I do know what killed Quiznos.
What was it? You did. You told me that story one time.
They overpopularized.
Yeah.
So what they would do is they opened so many franchises that you couldn't keep up with the quality of stuff, right? So you couldn't get lettuce or bread or meat or whatever it was. So then
I'm
they started
lettuce free these days, bro.
As of right now, you don't want the romaine runs. So they started to like dissipate with their quality, and then of course with quality goes down, quantity doesn't show up, and then you have to close stores.
Right. You worried about that with Jersey Mike's being operated now by?
As soon as the owners, as soon as they sold, I was like, watch the quality go down.
Yeah.
It hasn't yet. It's still good.
Yes.
Because we did see that they surpassed Chick-fil-A when it came to like fast food restaurants.
That's right.
Which I always find weird that Jersey Mike's is fast food. Which it is.
It
you go
is.
in, you leave, you're in there like depends on when you go, but you could be there 5 minutes or 20. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
it is fast food. But no, I think that's interesting, the whole Quiznos thing, because that really was a good chain back in the day.
The Pepper Bar?
Oh, yeah, that was really good too. But like in the pickle bar they had there as well, all of it was
everything
fantastic.
about Quiznos is great. We used to go there after high school. It was right next to Custard's and Backyard Burger, and you had to pick which one you wanted.
We used to go there. My friend Britt and I used to go there all the time. We met at Quiznos, and then they were all gone. They all dissipated, and now you're going to hire somebody CEO that ran that thing into the ground. That doesn't make much sense.
That Blue Springs Custards is the best. The best.
It was hit many times when your boy was about 265 pounds. Hot chocolate concrete. That's what I got every single time. It was just so good. And they have a really good chili cheese fry if you ever want to get really nasty. But Backyard Burger, man. Backyard Burger, Quiznos. I keep seeing these things on my Instagram algorithm. It's like snacks that didn't survive in the 90s and stuff like that. I'm like, man, or it's like it's AI, obviously, when it does these things, but it's like 1995 Christmas time was different. And it's like your family goes and like does all these crafts, and you sit around this old box TV and watch Frosty, followed by Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, followed by the Grinch. And it's like, go to bed. Mom and Dad have to wrap Christmas presents and get drunk.
Yeah, that's
Fair
exactly
enough.
what it was. I know now, being a parent and obviously talking to my parents, like a lot of the toys weren't put together the right way. And my dad goes, "Do you know how drunk we were trying to assemble this stuff on Christmas Eve?" Because our house my parents would have this party all the time on Christmas Eve, and everybody would come over and get hammered at this thing, and then all the toys were put together wrong. Well, I didn't. You're a kid, you don't know that until later in life when your parents tell you everybody was drunk. And they were trying to assemble bikes, front wheels falling off. What the hell is going on here? Santa brought bad goods, man. No, Mom and Dad and the friends were just hammered while they were trying to assemble this stuff for you. It's 2 a.m. They're putting together bikes. I tweeted out yesterday for whatever reason.
There's only one Quiznos left in KC, right by North KC Hospital, and it's sad and bad.
Yeah, I'm not going.
I would still go try the chicken carbonara.
I tweeted actually yesterday. For whatever reason, I was on a nostalgia kick yesterday, and I was like, the Whitehaven Motor Lodge that used to be on Metcalf. I'm like, man, I miss that place. What do you miss, in the past? And everybody talks about food all the time and what kind of food items they miss. And you mentioned Backyard Burger, right? Like that was a good burger back in the day. They're gone. There's nowhere to be found anymore.
You know why, though? The guy just wanted to retire.
He was done. Yeah.
And he didn't want to sell the franchise.
Right.
So he's just like, we're done.
We're done.
I did my job.
Yeah.
Which I wish you would come back. Because that's the place that introduced mustard for a chili dog. I'd never put mustard on my chili dog, and now to this day I do it because of Backyard Burger. And I also put coleslaw on my grilled chicken sandwiches now because that's all I ever got at Backyard Burger, which is ironic. I'd go to Backyard Burger and I get the blackened chicken sandwich that had the coleslaw tomato on it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's a
fantastic.
great order. Now you can't do coleslaw, though, because of the poops.
No, that's cabbage.
No, yeah, cabbage is involved, too. Yeah.
Oh, I had coleslaw on Saturday. I'm fine.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I was told coleslaw now, shredded cabbage, anything in that bag from that farm, you're supposed to stay away from.
No, because we'll get to the 99 Club, I promise. But something that's a 99, you ever never go to small places around you, and then you finally go and you're like, why have I waited so long to do this?
Yeah.
There's this barbecue station in downtown Lee Summit called Filling Station. Insane. Very good coleslaw, very good potato salad, good meats, good little burn-in chunks. We had it on Saturday night or Sunday night before we went and saw J.J. Graves and the Mofros.
Yes.
What a concert that was. That opened my eyes to the Jacksonville residential area that he explained. A really good show, really talented band. They had an 11-piece band.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, 11 members in his band. 2 backup singers that I proposed
that's
to
like
that night.
Mighty Mighty Bosstones type stuff where you've got thousands of people in your band.
Yeah, Swamp Rock is what he's. Just look up J.J. Graves. When you go home today, it's a different sound. It's a jam band type of thing.
Is it one of they sound great in person, but if you're listening to it on a Tuesday, you're like,
You're like, I'd rather see this live.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was hot. He embraced the sweat. The train that went by Jay Rieger and Knuckleheads would go by. He'd play the harmonica. He's like, told you I'd call him and it did come. I'm like, okay, I don't know what he just said.
It sounded good.
Yeah, it was great. But I will say the 99 Club came out in Madden. And I know there's still some people that, look into this because Madden is still running the gaming world at times, especially when it comes to this part of the day.
Well, the players love this too, though.
Yeah, for sure. It's an ego boost. But the players, they got the 99 notch on Madden this year are Matt Stafford, okay, Jamar Chase, JSN, Myles Garrett, Trey McBride, and Josh Allen, and that is the list.
That's the list right there.
That's it.
Huh? That's an interesting
Should there be
list.
more? Where's Justin Jefferson?
Well, that's
on
the
this
one I
list?
was going to suggest.
He had 1,000 yards with 9.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson should probably be on there. Stafford, Chase, JSN, Myles Garrett, the only defender on there.
That's fair.
Should there be another defender on there? Patrick Surtain.
I think Surtain and Willie Anderson should both
Will
be
Anderson
in the conversation.
probably making a phone call going, hey, what more do I got to do?
Yeah, where's Bo Nix? I kid. But, it makes me kind of torn with this.
Stafford at 99 is a little much for me,
MVP.
too. Yeah, I guess, but still, I mean.
To me on this, I'm torn between it because 99 should not be everywhere. Like, you should have to earn that.
Yeah.
And you can look at a lot of these names. JSN, we have no question about that, right?
Yeah.
Trey McBride, right? Look at his numbers last year, man. They were disgusting.
I know, but I wouldn't have said he's a 99.
98, 97.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I wouldn't have gone 99 with him. Yeah.
I think Chase, JSN, Myles Garrett are without
locks.
Anything.
Yes.
Josh Allen?
No. I'm not a 99.
If it was playoff Madden only, 88?
Yeah. That's the other thing. I can't get past the playoff stuff. I mean, come on. 99 for Josh Allen? I don't know. I don't think Matthew Stafford should have a 99. I think those three that you mentioned, Chase, JSN, and Garrett, those are your 99s right there. Right?
Chase, Garrett, and JSN.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's it.
What's the tackle for the Eagles?
The
Lane
spitter?
Johnson.
Oh,
the guard or the tackle. Yeah,
the tackle. Yeah, Lane Johnson's still.
Did he
I mean, like the
retire?
Schwartz brothers, for example, still say that he is just like absolutely. I don't know enough to grade
Yeah.
O-line play, but they say he's like by far and away still doing it better than anybody. So
And
maybe someone like that.
Maybe that's the thing that we can't really grade offensive. It's hard to grade the offensive line. Like, there were certain guys that you knew, like Willie Rofe, you just knew was a 99. Will Shields, you knew was a 99. Brian Waters should have been a 99.
Trey McBride last year, for reference,
Yeah.
had 169 targets, and he had 126 receptions for 1,239 yards and 11
It's
touchdowns.
a hell of a year.
And the year before that, he had 147 targets with 111 receptions for 1146, but only 2 touchdowns. So last year was like his big year, but he averaged 9.8 yards per reception. Obviously, the uptick in receptions is going to be harder to get the big yardage. But again, I don't know, man. To me, he's the best tight end in football right now.
Yeah, he is. But does that make you a 99? I don't know. I just think it's a little much for me. It's like.
Yeah, I don't think just the best of every position needs to be a 99.
And they're not.
That's not
Yeah.
the way I conceptualize the grades. It is. Is this truly like a great? And I wouldn't call Trey McBride like a legend.
Right. Not yet. Not yet.
He could get. I mean, yeah, guy's absolutely the best tight end in the NFL. No debate there.
From 99 to start bench cut, we do that next, and it's brought to you by Jay Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay Southland Tow. Start bench cut next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Carter Jensen, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, weekday mornings starting at 6, right here on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and how many times have you failed? It's okay to admit it, multiple times. I fail daily. But don't fail in the bedroom because performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. Heartland Men's Health uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area, so call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offers so much more. Schedule a consult with a Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and in North Kansas City. So call them today. Tell them Dusty Likens told you to at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's the summer sales event at Robside Ford. Your chance to upgrade without the stress. Robside joins me now. Rob, what's the offer?
0% financing, $0 down, and 0 payments for 90 days on nearly the entire Ford lineup.
That's a serious summer deal.
Sure is. And unlike your brisket last weekend, these deals aren't dry.
Okay, that's fair. These savings are definitely juicy.
And we're backing it up with 2 years of complimentary maintenance, a non-commissioned sales team, and top trade-in values.
No pressure. No gimmicks at Robside Ford. The way car buying should be.
We're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 Google reviews, and a better experience from start to finish.
So skip the smoke and the dry meat. This summer, start at Robside Ford.
135th and State Line or robsighc.com. 0% financing, $0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 2 years of complimentary maintenance.
Robside Ford. Buy right. Drive happy. And next time, maybe stick to potato salad.
It's Telly Tire and Auto Center summer sale. Buy 4 new Continental tires and save up to $350 with instant mail and rebates when you add installation, road hazard protection, and wheel alignment. Hurry, offer ends July 31st. Take it to Telly. Details at tellytire.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for in client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, heavy from Antioch up to 635. 635 southbound, moving better from Shawnee Drive down to I-35, but continuing southbound Metcalf, heavy with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Hey, it's Carter Jensen, and this is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. This is Fescoe and Dusty.
I got Mahomes' balls in my hands.
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, football.
From potholes to pop-ups, we got it covered.
Hey!
Here's Bob Fescoe.
Take a bite out of my ass.
And Dusty Likens.
Big nuts. Rolling right along on a gloomy Tuesday. But I'm okay with that. It was quite miserable yesterday. Very, very hot.
Ooh, brutal yesterday.
Did your AC ever shut off?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Well,
I woke up this morning, it was still going. But it is a Tuesday at 9 o'clock, so we can get into start, bench, cut. The one I saw yesterday that kind of kicks things off is a Minnesota Vikings wide receiver. I think we all know the starter. I'm just interested on who you bench because the 3 receivers that were listed in start, bench, cut, which is brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow. Start, bench, cut. Justin Jefferson, Randy Moss, Chris Carter.
Oh, Justin Jefferson, Randy Moss, Chris Carter. I'm starting Randy Moss. I'm benching Justin Jefferson, and I'm cutting Chris Carter because he's a douche.
Get you a fall guy.
Yeah, man.
I mean, and that's why it took him so long to get into the Hall of Fame. Nobody likes the guy.
Say Jefferson's career trajectory, too, is also like, because my first instinct was to say, well, I'm benching Carter and cutting just Jefferson. I don't know if it's that easy. I might bench Jefferson as well and cut Carter.
Okay, yeah, cut Carter is very simple for me.
Yeah,
one of the first people I interviewed in this job, and it was terrible. He was a jerk.
That's not good.
He was there to promote a game in Minnesota, in San Antonio, because the owner of the Vikings at the time was from San Antonio. So they were doing a preseason game at the Alamo Dome. Fine. They bring him down there to promote he was just a jerk to everybody. I'm like, God.
This is Justin Jefferson. This is Justin Jefferson, 6 years in the NFL. He's
been in the league that long already.
27 years old. He has 91 games started, 94 games played. He has 579 receptions for 8,480 yards. He averages 14.6 yards a reception. He has 42 touchdowns in his career. Been in the league for 6 years.
Wow. He's sick.
He's disgusting.
I mean, my God.
Had 1,800 yards in 2022. My
That's right.
goodness.
And
think about all
Offensive Player of the Year.
Think about all those wide receivers that Minnesota has had. Just those three right there. I mean, that doesn't even include Stephon Diggs and other guys that they've had over the years. But I mean,
Percy
you go
Harvin.
from Randy Moss or Chris Carter to Randy Moss to Justin Jefferson. Wow.
Yeah, his years of production. First year 1,400 even. Next year 1,616. Next year 1,809. Next year he got hurt, but he had 1,074. Followed up by 1,533. And last year, with that excuse of a quarterback, he had 1,048.
Unbelievable. That's the most impressive one right there.
He had in 2022, when he's offensive player of the game, 80 first downs, and he had 106.4 yards per game. Yeah, hello America. But yeah, I think we all agree with the start bench cut there. How about 2026 receivers? Start bench cut. JSN, Puka, or CeeDee Lamb?
JSN start, CD bench, and I'm getting rid of Puka. He's a clown.
He's a biter.
Yeah, he definitely is a biter, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go first one of these times, Bob, if you're just going to steal my my rankings this whole time.
Fine, go first next then, Nathan.
As JSN is the starter, of course. I would bench Puka. He's the second best receiver on this list. He's a problem. I don't want him around my team. I'll bench CD and cut Puka.
That's the problem. The off-the-field stuff, man. I don't need that guy wandering around the locker room.
Nope.
Not if you guys looked it up yet today or not, but today is National Milk Chocolate Day.
Oh, okay.
Big fan. But start bench cut on the chocolates. Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, or white chocolate.
Yeah. Nathan, why don't you go first on this one?
Wow. That's so generous. I'm starting dark chocolate. There's nothing better. That's like my favorite sweet
I love
thing
dark
is
chocolate.
Like those little dove squares that have the message inside the foil?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's supposed to be healthy for you, so you feel like you're doing something good for your body
That's
when
what
you
they
eat
say.
it. Yeah.
I don't know who they is, but that's what they say.
They say a lot of things. Nobody's ever met they.
Who, Thomas? R. Thomas.
R. Thomas.
There, Thomas. I'm going to bench milk chocolate. Yeah, happy milk chocolate day. It's good, just not as good as dark chocolate. I'm benching white chocolate. I don't care about it.
Are you cutting white chocolate, you mean?
Or cutting white chocolate, yeah.
Is white chocolate the same as almond bark? Like where they'll do the dipped strawberries and some are white and some are chocolate? That's white chocolate, technically?
Yeah. There was a basketball player who was called white chocolate for a while.
Williams.
Jason Williams, yeah. That's
and then there's Mark Henry, who was sexual chocolate.
Yes, I remember sexual chocolate.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
Sexual, baby. World's strongest
chocolate.
man.
What? Yeah.
He had sex with Mae Young.
I'm going dark milk white.
Okay.
Same order as Nathan.
That's why I
Thanks
wanted to
for
get in front of
stealing
you.
my
That's why I wanted to get
thunder.
in front of you, Bob.
All right. Well, I'm not sure how in tune you guys are with Bob Marley. Today is also Buffalo Soldier Day.
Is it really?
Yeah, you can look it up.
Okay.
Which, if you know the history of the Buffalo Soldiers, good history to go look down that on. Bob Marley songs. Start bench cut. Buffalo Soldier, Jammin', No Woman, No Cry.
Hard, man.
I left Three Little Birds off of there because Jammin's is the most famous song, I would say, but those three are the songs that you can start bench cut.
I think I'm going to start No Woman, No Cry.
Great song.
I think I'm going to bench Buffalo Soldier and then cut Jammin'. And that's not easy to do. All three of those songs are phenomenal.
I think Buffalo Soldier might be my favorite Bob Marley song, and just the vibe as well. I got to start Buffalo Soldier. I guess I would bench No Woman, No Cry and cut Jammin', but that feels crazy to say.
Rolling Stone did an article one time of the best guitar solos in music, and No Woman, No Cry, I believe, was in the top 20.
Okay. What was number 1? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I know that the surprise that I saw in there was Yellow Ledbetter.
Yeah.
Eddie Vedder's guitar solo in that song. I never really listened to it fully, and then I was like, okay, this is actually pretty solid.
Well, now I'm going to go listen to that song today.
Oh, yeah, Make Me Fries is what he says. Or he says Make Me Cry. I can't remember. Yesterday was brutal with the heat, so it made me think, would you rather mow in the heat, shovel in the snow and cold, or rake leaves in the fall?
You know what? I'm going in that order. I'm starting mowing in the heat, shoveling the snow, and then I hate raking the leaves. I find it to be the most useless task out there because as soon as you're done, you're doing it all over again.
Totally agree on the leaves part. I think I'm going to start shoveling snow in the cold, though, because you're not going to shovel snow in any other situation.
Yeah.
Whereas mowing, I can look at it like this weekend and say, I'm going to wait till Wednesday to mow my yard or whatever when the heat breaks. So when I'm mowing in the heat, I'm like, I did this to myself, right? So I'll probably bench mowing in the heat, and I'm cutting, raking leaves. You're right. It's useless. It makes my back hurt for some reason. It's
awful.
I hate raking leaves.
I do too. Let me ask you this, though. Would you rather shovel snow in a blizzard or mow in the heat?
Mow in the heat.
You would.
Because I'm just gonna keep shoveling. It goes to the raking of the leaves theory.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna shovel, and then by the time I get done with my driveway, the part that I started's already got too. Like I see it all the time in my neighborhood. Guy across the street does it every year. It starts snowing. He goes out and shovels his driveway. Now I understand what he's doing. He's trying to do less work throughout the day.
He's also trying to get out of the house for a little bit,
Probably.
too. You go a little stir crazy in there. So I definitely understand that. Where do you feel more comfortable, though? Mowing on a day like yesterday or shoveling during a blizzard?
Probably.
You think you really?
A lot of people get heart attacks when it comes to shoveling.
Yeah, but they do when they mow, too, with the heat. You know,
fair.
that's why they tell the old people to stay inside, Josh.
I'm the complete opposite. I love the leaves
You
because
do?
I mulch them and bag them.
Okay.
So then I get to see like my yard again. I get to see the grass, and I do it probably 2 or 3 times. I have a bunch of like oak trees in my by my house, but I still love that sort of the aesthetics of like after you're done, it looks like your lawn's been combed.
Yeah, no,
You know
you're
what I
right.
mean?
And I rake it. Like I am a raker, so I mean,
bagging leaves is my least favorite household chore.
we put them in a tarp,
is.
rake them onto the tarp, bring the tarp around to the woods we have them back, dump them back there, repeat the process. You know.
Last one on the list, since Salvador Perez became the all-time home run leader for the Royals, would you rather lead your baseball team in home runs as the franchise leader, lead the franchise in touchdowns, or lead your NBA franchise in points?
This is easy for me. I'd rather lead the franchise in home runs. I'm going to start that because of the way the records matter to baseball. Records matter more to the NBA. So I will bench, lead a franchise in points, and then I'll lead a franchise in touchdown. Who's the leading touchdown scorer in Chiefs history?
Dwayne Bowe? No, it can't be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Travis Kelce?
See how we just don't know the answer to that question? And we should. Honest to God, I have no idea who has the most. It may be Kelce.
Tony?
Tony may.
It's got to be Tony if it's a skill position guy.
But see, we don't know for sure. Who's the
Good
leading
point.
home run hitter in the Royals' history?
Salvador Perez.
Who's number
Happened
2?
3 days ago.
Exactly, right?
Sure.
But you'll know that
Yeah.
forever.
No,
you
for
will
sure.
know that forever.
And I think, yeah, you've talked me into cutting the leading the franchise in touchdowns. I guess I will also. I'll go with you. I'll start being the franchise leader in home runs and bench the franchise bench leading the franchise in points in the NBA. I think you do either of those things, you're probably going to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And then I'll cut the touchdowns.
Travis Kelce, Priest Holmes, Tony Gonzalez.
That's the order.
Yep.
How many does Travis have?
85.
Okay.
82
I'm surprised that he has
receiving.
more than Tony.
He has what? Travis Kelce has 82 receiving touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, and 1 return.
Return?
Was there like a lateral that we're missing?
I don't remember that at all. Nathan, you got to find the video, the call of that or
There's
something.
no
way. I don't
That's
remember.
That's gotta be like AI screwing up.
Okay, Tony had 76 in Kansas City, but 111 on his career.
Yes.
He had the whole stint where
Right.
the text line says he's not a Chief anymore. Yeah. Okay.
Fair.
Right. Yeah. No, we're talking leading your team. I got to hear more about this return by Travis. I don't remember
There's no
that.
way. Because Priest, they said, with the Chiefs, had 83 total touchdowns, 76 rushing, 7 receiving, which that's still impressive.
That seems low, though, the number receiving.
And then Tony Gonzalez, 76 total touchdowns, all 76 receiving.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more interested in this Travis Kelce return than anything. I don't remember that, guys.
Yeah, because he has 82.
Does the text line remember that? You guys remember the Travis Kelce return for a touchdown?
Otis Taylor, 3rd in receiving touchdowns, Tyreek Hill, 4th, and then Buford is 5th.
It was in 2014. I'm trying to
his
find
first
the
full
game.
year in the league.
Only year the Chiefs haven't made the playoffs in his career until
Somebody
last
says he
year.
fell on a fumble in the end zone, so it counts as a return.
Who fumbled? Like, I need more on that.
That's hilarious. Good for him. Coming up, we'll get back into what Nate Taylor said yesterday on Cody and Gold, plus what Patrick Mahomes had to say about his year coming up with all that happened this offseason and last season as well. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Tune in to hear Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20
Professor Vernier sitting up here, bloviating.
on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, the summer gets super hot, so now you need to get a Super Light. That's right. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drinks flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. And ooh, that blue chill is money, baby. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that's perfect for any occasion. From the golf course to the bar, at night, at the concert, a day at the ballpark, Super Light is here for the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. You must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The corrupt political establishment. If you're ready to give them the finger, Taylor Burks is your man for Congress. Taylor Burks, America First conservative, outsider, 3 combat deployments as a naval commander. Taylor Burks will stand with President Trump against rhinos and the corrupt establishment. In Congress, Burks will always put America first. He'll work with Trump to deport every last illegal, ban communist China from owning 1 inch of our land, and protect our elections by passing the SAVE Act once and for all. So if you want to tell off the political establishment, conservative warrior Taylor Burks, an America First patriot for Congress. Paid for by Show Me Valor PAC. www.showmevalorpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Show Me Valor PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Today, expect possible showers and thunderstorms with a high of 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
The Chiefs. Shotgun. Daniel finds the open man. Ball pops loose at the goal line. Kelsey comes up with it. Dwayne Bowe breaks the plane. Touchdown, Kansas City.
I'll put this in the time capsule. First touchdown reception by a wide receiver the entire season. Little hook route here. Bowe tackled by Weddle and hit right there by a die. And if he had fumbled forward, Kelsey was there for the touchdown anyway.
Later overturned, he did not break the plane. A wide receiver did not score a touchdown. It was Travis Kelsey on the return touchdown.
Yeah, that's the return touchdown for Travis Kelsey right there that they call a return. Fumbled it into the end zone. Travis fell on it. Touchdown. No wide receiver touchdowns that year. And if I'm not mistaken, that was like December 28th of that year. So
it was the last game of the season.
Last game of the year. So we were not rooting for a wide receiver touchdown at that point. And there you go. I mean, you say all the time, it's baseball, right?
Yeah.
That's just sports right there.
Put it in the time capsule and immediately take it out.
That's right. Yeah. Dan Fouts is like, I finally got one. Oh, they didn't, no.
So against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Somebody says it was Dwayne Ho that fumbled. Speak to text is great.
Yeah. I mean, that's 12 years ago. Now that you play it, and I remember it vaguely, but Nathan and I were talking in the bathroom, and he goes, yeah, I don't even remember much about that. I go, what was December of 2014? We were all roiled up that year, right? That was the year they went to the World Series for the first time in 29 years or whatever it was. And then we had the Chiefs stink that year. They were 9-7. It was their only non-playoff year until last year under Andy Reid. So it wasn't like a lot of people were really dialed in because we were all on a baseball high that year. And then you had no wide receiver touchdowns.
Which is the irony of all of that you had a season where no wide receiver had a touchdown. Travis Kelsey picks it up and gets a return touchdown. And now you fast forward the clock 14 years or whatever it is, 12 years, and your leading receiver in receiving touchdowns is Travis
Kelsey, yeah.
That was the only touchdown the Chiefs scored. They won 19-7 over the Chargers, 4 Cairo Santos field goals, and the Chiefs eliminated the Chargers from playoff contention. The San Diego Chargers were knocked out that day.
They were knocked out of the playoffs.
And everybody had the Chargers winning the division that year.
Which year was this again?
Exactly.
Oh, you mean they had them winning the division again?
Probably.
Has any team been picked to win a division more than the Chargers and not won it?
Cowboys?
Good comp. I could see that.
They win it every couple of years, though.
Everybody's got to win it. And the NFC East, last year was the first time in like 20 years there was a back-to-back winner.
Yeah.
Which means they'll start that trend all over again this year as someone else will win it, not named Philadelphia.
Right.
Interesting story. And then we'll get into what Nate Taylor had to say. This is Charlie Huntman. You know who that is, right? He was in Sons of Anarchy.
Okay, yeah.
Jack.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So he tells how a middle school joke ruined his life.
Okay.
He says the most popular girl in school, Rachel Gold.
Oh, he called her out. It's Alex's sister. Wow.
Rachel Gold, spelled Gould.
Gould.
Who I had an enormous crush on, asked me to be her prom date.
Oh, wow. All right.
I was just made up. I was on cloud 9, playing the rest of our lives, children's names and such. The day before, she told me she was only joking.
Oh, no.
And she went with Sebastian Lappiot instead. So 2 people get called out.
Never heard of him.
Everyone knew that we were going together. So then I couldn't go and ask someone else. So I had to go by myself. My mom said, do you want me to come with you? No, Mom, you can't. That makes it worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now this guy's just like a male model. And I bet that lady's like kicking herself.
Where did he grow up?
I think he's foreign. I don't think Charlie Huntman. That sounds like he was.
He sounds British.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so. Let's hear what his accent is.
Which sounds very 80s.
Funky.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty funky. And I only went to one because it was the greatest 2 weeks of my life leading into the worst day of my life. The most popular girl in our school, Rachel Gould, who I had an enormous crush on.
Okay.
Everybody had an enormous crush on. I was 13. So was she. and she asked me to be her prom date.
At 13.
Or her school disco
Prom.
date. And 2 weeks before. And so I just was made up. I was on cloud 9.
Yeah.
And, we're sort of planning the rest of our lives and, children's names and such. And then the day before, she told me she was only joking.
That's
And she went with
cool.
Sebastian Lippiat
That's
instead.
cool.
And everybody knew, like, we were like royalty at that point in school. Everyone knew that we were going together. So then I couldn't go and ask someone else. So I had to go by myself. And my mom said, "Do you want me to come with you?"
No, you can't. That makes it worse. Can I just
Really?
say one thing? F you, Rachel Gould.
Because I was going to say the same thing. Like,
Oh, it's great.
what a cruel thing to do, though. But I mean, look, I got 2 daughters.
Isn't that how the Carrie movie started?
They're awful to each other, these kids. I mean, they're
Brutal.
just, it is brutal, man. It really is. Like, one day you're not friends with somebody, the next day you're besties, the next day you hate that person, the next day you're doing everything together. I mean, you just kind of got to take it in ebbs and flows. It's hard for a parent to see that stuff, though, because somebody wrongs your kid, you're ready to go saddle up and get the posse. You're ready to go take care of business in one of those situations. And the next day that kid's over at your house and they're fine and nothing ever happened. It's like, the hell's going on here, And so it's just, God, that woman right now, I'd love to know what she is doing and how her life turned out.
Somebody says, man, if that's the only thing that happened to you, if that's the worst thing that happened to you in middle school, you're blessed.
I mean, let's be honest, though. That is traumatizing. Asking a girl out, first of all, is traumatizing.
Just
for a guy.
kidding. Go with this guy, geek.
Right. And then to do that to somebody after you've already agreed and said yes, and now you're making this guy feel the fool like that. She's nasty, that woman.
Yeah, his mum, not his mom. I apologize. This comes from the text line that you might get a chuckle out of. Things you will never heard said. Rob Brenton. The Chargers are washed. That's good.
Every year they pick them to win the division, though. Every year.
This was Nate Taylor yesterday on the Eric Bieniemy situation that broke yesterday morning that he wrote the article on ESPN.
We have no idea when Eric Bieniemy is going to be back with the team because from what I'm hearing, this could be a pretty significant road to recovery for Mia, who was, as wild as this is to say, accurately, she was shot multiple times by her own son.
Do we think that there's a chance that Bieniemy just takes the year off?
I don't know.
Nobody does.
Mhm.
I don't think Eric Bieniemy does yet,
Right.
and that's totally fine. This is take your time, get your chickens and your eggs lined up, however the saying goes, or get what's important first before you even worry about what's going on here. I know that there are some people that will take things out of context when it comes to Andy Reid saying things happen.
Mhm.
He went on to quote that, so there are clowns in this city that will try to take this and lead it to a direction that you shouldn't listen to. But
You're
there
an
are
idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
1,000% that's being kind to that person.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at this situation, like things in life do happen. Your daughter got in a wreck.
Right.
You woke up that morning, didn't even touch the radar, and then you react.
Right.
And I think that's where you kind of got to figure these things out, where you're like, you know what? Maybe the show doesn't matter tomorrow. I don't care if the Royals traded so-and-so. Royals trade Bobby Witt. My daughter gets in a car wreck. I don't care about Bobby
That's right.
Witt at this point.
Yeah.
This happened with Eric Bieniemy, multiple gunshots, right, and wounds and stuff like that to his wife and to that guy's mother. There's way more fish to fry in this situation than there is in football when you're in St. Joe in camp.
Absolutely. And that's where good leadership comes in. And the Kansas City Chiefs have great leadership. It's not just good leadership, it's great leadership. They've got Andy Reid, they've got Brett Veach, they've got Clark Hunt, they've got Mark Donovan. They've got a crew of people over there that are absolutely outstanding leaders. We've all witnessed it over the last 12 years, whether it be on the field or whether it be off the field. Everything that the Chiefs are doing and have done, for the most part, you make your mistakes here or there, has been pretty damn good and met with great leadership. And that's why it's going to be okay for Eric Bieniemy to go away. And I always put myself in the shoes of somebody. When we're having these conversations and talking about this stuff, what would I do in that situation? Well, I know what I would do. You wouldn't see me for a very long period of time. But the question then becomes, for everybody else, not for Eric Bieniemy, is do you have the leaders like the Chiefs have in your organization that will tell you that it's okay to go away? Because there's nothing worse than somebody who's going through something and they're apprehensive or have anxiety, because they got a workplace that doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't care what's going on. And that's why this is going to be great for Eric Bieniemy to be able to get away, because he has a boss that is going to be understanding and allow him to take care of business and get things figured out before coming back to football, because football really doesn't matter in this situation. And so we can all sit here and say what we should do and have all this kind of stuff, but it really depends on what kind of boss you have and what kind of leader you have in charge of your company to allow you to do stuff like this. Because I'm sure there are some companies that you get 3 days, and then you get back. Wait, hang on a second here. No, we're not doing something like that. And then you've got bosses that understand, like an Andy Reid, a Clark Hunt, Mark Donovan, like, you do what you need to do. We got this. Don't worry about us.
I think the other thing that comes into this is everybody has different levels of grief, right?
Yep.
He's going to have the moment of, like, I wasn't there. I didn't say the right thing at the right moment. Also, like, my wife isn't dead in stable condition. Now I've got to be here for that. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Eric Bieniemy, but, like, his role with the Kansas City Chiefs is less important than it is with his role as a father and a husband to this situation here.
Right.
Because we all know that Andy Reid calls the plays. So, like, it's not like Eric Bieniemy being gone is, detrimental to this team. Now, we do know that we all kind of enjoyed him coming back to be the accountability leader.
Right.
But again, as you had mentioned earlier, if you need that in St. Joe right now, then this team has bigger problems than they have moving forward. And I think that this is one of those things where, like, no one in this city, I think with the right mind and the kind heart, would say that they're upset that he takes the year off.
No,
we'd all
God,
be like,
no.
we'd be like, dude, we'll see you in 27, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to come back, like, sure, like, make sure it's fine with everybody there, because you guys had mentioned earlier they've got a son with needs at the house, and she's the caregiver for that son.
And that
now,
changes a lot too. Now what happens?
You're not going to hire somebody to do that. You don't know that person. They don't
Right.
know the other person. You want to be there with family. So, look, I don't know if it's ever fair to keep asking about a time of return. If he shows up, he shows up. If he doesn't, he doesn't. That's life. That's what's going to happen.
And I think, look, if you're a beat reporter, and I understand these guys, they have their job to do, and they have bosses that are telling them what to do. But I think in a situation like this, you bring it up maybe once every other week. Hey, how's EB doing? Is there an update? You bring it up like that. You don't say, when is he going to return? Because his return is irrelevant at this point in time. It doesn't matter at this point in time. What matters is him being where he needs to be right now with his family. And he's got a lot, obviously, that he has to deal with. And so I would tell EB, you stay away as long. And if you need to take the year, we got you, man. We got you.
And again, I also agree with this text. Like, there is also the flip side that maybe football is where he can get away from everything at times where he needs it. And I totally agree with that. Like, I had mentioned the story earlier when my mom passed, my boss was like, you need to stay home. I'm like, well, my normalcy is going to work, paying my bills, living my life, doing my thing. He's like, no, here's the deal. Take this envelope. I'm going to shut your door. I'll see you in 3 weeks. Maybe that's what the Chiefs do. I don't know, but maybe Eric Bieniemy knows when his situation is right and he'll make that decision. If his routine is routine, then more power to him, because at this point I have no opinion on what he does, except that he's going to do what he knows is best for him and his family.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, I've used my grandmother as the analogy as well. When she passed away, being on the air was that normalcy that you needed. The other 20 hours are spent mourning and all that kind of stuff. So I understand, where that text is coming from. But, I mean, you throw in his other son and her being the caregiver, too, that adds a lot to this. A lot to this.
It does, and it just, not only does he have a responsibility and a want to be there for his wife, it's his entire family. It's not just his wife that was impacted by this. Of course, she is by far and away the most affected, and thank God she's all right. But this stuff matters 100% of the way, and football matters 0% of the way. It is not like a sliding scale. It's not like it's ever going to be okay to say, hey, is he coming back soon?
Right.
What's the deal? If it takes a year, it takes a year. In addition to his wife almost dying, his son is alleged to have done it.
Right.
And he wasn't charged with murder or manslaughter or anything like that. He was charged with malicious intent of discharging a weapon, and it landed in the chest of his mom. I mean, something serious happened, and that relationship is now you have to think, at a minimum, frayed.
Yeah.
Even though, of course, as parents, you're never going to stop supporting your kid. Something's going on in that relationship. And you mentioned the other son that has needs, that Mia is the caregiver for him. So there is, both sons and his wife need him.
Yeah.
Football does not need him. It didn't matter if we're talking about the 0-16 Lions from 20 years ago. And they could use a fresh offensive mind. Doesn't matter. It's a non-starter.
Yeah, you're right about that. Both sons and his wife need him at this moment in time.
And to know there are, people in this world that do well. This comes from the 816. I want to nominate my boss, Michelle, for Brioche of the Year as a boss. I started this job in January, and a few weeks later, my wife was needing to go to the ER. Not long after finding out she was pregnant, when I told her about the situation, she immediately said, go be with your wife and keep me posted. She didn't care that I was leaving a new job early. She just showed her human side, which is refreshing in this day and age in business.
It really is. I mean, that's a great story right there because there's not enough of that. I mean, you could probably talk to a friend of yours every single day for an entire month, a different person, and get a story about work that's not good, about what their boss did that wasn't good, about how their boss wouldn't let them do stuff like that. And these companies now, man, you're in an arms race to try to acquire talent. If you're not treating your employees the right way, they have no problem of walking right out the door and not being part of your organization. And I think what companies are also learning at this point in time, major, props to Nathan's generation, Dusty, is that your generation is like, nah, I don't need you. You need me more than I need you. You guys have actually value of your self-worth. And these companies aren't going to know what to do when people like the older generation get out and we've been told this is the playbook that we need to follow. You guys are going to take over, and these companies are going to try to treat people the way that they have in the past, and your generation is going to stand for it, which I love. I think it's great.
Yeah, but there's also, in addition to just like knowing your worth as an employee, I think it's concerning from the management side when the middle manager is not okay with giving you the time that you need.
Oh, yeah.
If something were to if there was a driver who texted, and I don't know if he was a mailman, a UPS driver, what kind of driver he was, that talked about his boss not letting him take time off to go to a funeral. If Amazon misses a route and a couple of packages get rerouted a few hours late, things are fine. No one is impacted by that negatively. If one of us got a call right now, and I'll just pick you, Bob, I'm not wishing this upon you. If you got a call right now and you had to leave this studio, the show would go on, and it's not a bad thing. It is you need to be allowed time as a human being to deal with what you do. This is not our lives.
Right.
What we're sitting here doing right now is not our lives.
No,
That's
part
our lives.
of our life. It's not our life. And you have too many bosses these days who think your job is your life. And if you got a boss like that, that boss probably doesn't have a life.
Exactly.
There was also some Mahomes conversations yesterday, and this is what Nate Taylor said he will be watching.
What I'm fascinated by is, okay, in a couple days, we're going to see, now this won't be without pads, but eventually we'll get to pads, but like when it's real 11 on 11 and it's real like first team offense versus first team defense and there are bodies around the pocket, I want to see how he moves within the pocket. That's what he's talked about most, is like, I got to make quicker decisions, I got to move in the pocket, and I cannot extend plays as much as I used to because I got a brace on my left knee.
The other thing that he mentioned was what everybody wants to see come back, which is the deep ball.
Football-wise, one of the most interesting points that he made on Friday was the deep ball's on me, guys. Like, if you really listen to his comment, all right, I understand. I don't have the greatest receivers in the world. I understand. Maybe we didn't scheme it up the best. Guys, I got to get better at throwing the deep ball. I got to get better at seeing it, throwing it with conviction. And hitting it. Or giving, as he said, giving my receivers more of a chance on like 50-50 deep balls down the field. I could give a lot of blame to Xavier Worthy as to why their connection is mostly him to blame in some ways.
But there's a lot of other guys. He sends it over their head.
Yes.
He's trying to hit him in stride.
Yes. And it's great that they found something to build upon with Tyquan Thornton, but then the coaching staff wouldn't put Tyquan Thornton on the field.
So I think both of those audio clips go together because he's got to be more aware in the pocket, which is going to get him more comfortable knowing that he's got the timing to get that deep ball down. If he's more comfortable and knowing that he can sit there and wait for the route to develop and then hit the throw, you're going to see that older style of Mahomes come back. And I'm not sure what having the knee brace on, we can get that a little bit here. But I think that those two things kind of coincide with each other because if he's going to be in the pocket and trust his line, that's going to give him more time to stay focused down the field, which is going to know where that guy needs to be instead of being like, oh, chuck it, or run outside real quick and throw something magical up in the air and hope it works. Everything's going to even itself out throughout life. And Mahomes having the know-all of in-the-pocket vision and knowing that he has time is going to give those guys more time and less erratic behavior to be like, I got to hurry. It's over my head. Or it's behind me. I didn't have the right route. So I think they go together when it comes to being more content, being in the pocket, and really working on that deep ball.
You know, it's interesting because as you're talking about all that, also I'm thinking about Patrick Mahomes, and this is on him now this year, right? I mean, you've got the offensive line in front of you, allegedly, to give you the time that you need.
Right.
You still have some pretty decent parts of an offense. You have a running game right now. It's going to be a mindset to get him to stay in that pocket because when you've done something for so long, you know, it becomes habit, right? And his first instinct has been for how many last 5 years, seemingly? Get the ball and run outside, right? How are they going to keep him in that mindset to stay in that pocket?
That's where St. Joe comes to.
Yeah, exactly. I would think, right?
This is Mahomes on plane with the knee brace.
There isn't really a plan for it. I'm going to start off with it just because I've worn it before and I feel comfortable with it. So that's kind of where we will start. But it's not like I've been told I have to wear it or how long I have to wear it. It's just going to be my comfortability, how I feel. But I will start with it on just because I feel like I can still move and be myself with it. I play with it in college, and then we'll just see where we go from there.
That thing's getting ripped off week one.
Yeah,
like an incomplete
yeah.
pass. He's going to go to the sideline and rip that sucker off. Like, I don't need this.
I was thinking even earlier than that,
Okay.
but yeah, I think week one definitely that thing is going away, right?
Especially if there's not like a designated time that he has to do that
Right.
or wear that, because I'm sure that there's people out there that have played collegiate athletics or high school even, and maybe you had to wear like an elbow guard, and after like 2 plays, you're like, I'm not wearing this. I'm
Right.
taking this
Yeah,
off.
I'm out.
It's affecting my psyche. I know it's not, but it is, and I don't want it.
Yep.
Something you can't unsee. The Bills' new uniforms mirror image next to Adam West as Batman. The gray and the blue. It's been reposted by your boy. So we're gonna have Adam West out there playing quarterback for the Bills on that Thursday night game when they play the in the all gray. What is it? Nickel City.
City.
Yeah. Have you seen the promo? I think it was
Yeah, they
Ed
all-
Oliver who did the photo shoot in like some like little like warehouse, like industrial type, trying
Yeah.
to make it look like a mill.
First and
that
last time he's
working
ever
in.
been there.
It's well, if it's not AI, if he actually went somewhere, it's awful. These things look horrible.
Some major movie news that we can get to. Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
Okay, good. I'm going to tease you with it because you're going to love it, I
Ooh,
think.
I love a good tease. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty
Brett Veach has the most underrated chest I've ever seen.
on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2 are doing great things here in Kansas City, and their mission is to build strong partnerships between members, business partners, customers, and the community. And there's zero cost to become a partner contractor. So if you're an architectural sheet metal contractor, they'll provide a flexible workforce for your project demands, your timelines, and your economic conditions. When you partner with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2, you're connected to elite craftsmanship. Our members install metal roofing, siding, and decorative features on our region's most landmarked buildings like the top of Bartle Hall, Kaufman Performing Arts Center, and the iconic Crown at Kaufman Stadium. They provide manpower specifically for the architectural sheet metal community, and there's no downside. It is completely free with zero obligation. Just straightforward information on how they can help grow your business and profit margins. Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2. We're an old union with a new perspective on business. Learn more at sheetmetal2.org.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control want your yard to look as good as ours. And I never would have been saying that some 18 months ago. I never would have thought our yard could look good. And it wasn't looking good. We tried and tried and tried. And finally, we just looked at each other and said, let's hire Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And let's let them take over our yard. And they took over our yard, and it looks marvelous. They've done stuff we had no idea that could be done because we thought our yard was a lost cause. Well, if you think your yard is a lost cause, you need to hire the college-educated professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control because they'll get the job done right the first time. They show up in their iconic blue trucks and make your yard look awesome. And if they can do it for ours, they can do it for anybody. And this time of the year, we love the mosquito dome that Aspen puts up over the house. It keeps the mosquitoes out, and it keeps our yard safe for our dog as well. No fleas, no ticks, none of that. So right now, Aspen's going to give you a free estimate and up to half off your first application. Just mention this ad when you visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and you know baseball's back. BetMGM, the official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLERS. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Please gamble responsibly.
Go to 965thefan.com for your chance to win Kansas City Chiefs scratch tickets, plus a chance for the grand prize Chiefs bundle, which includes a framed jersey and a signed photo. All thanks to our friends at the Kansas Lottery.
All right, pay off your F&Ts.
Home Alone may be doing a reboot.
I saw this.
Oh, you did see it. What do you think? And so for those who don't know, Macaulay Culkin pitched them a sequel, and it's reportedly caught the attention of Disney, who just met with Macaulay Culkin. Last year, he shared an idea for a sequel about an adult Kevin McAllister who's either a widower or a divorcee, accidentally gets locked out of his house. What do you think?
Yeah, I saw, maybe not that one, but I saw, like, if he does it, like, will they pay homage to his parents? Because obviously both parents are now dead in real life, right? As we just lost the mom not too long ago. I'm okay with it if it's in the right hands.
Yeah.
It can't be rushed. It can't be like, hey, they put it in production in September and it's done for Christmas. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it be like Happy Gilmore 2, which, I mean, I was talking to somebody about Happy Gilmore 2 Sunday night, and they made a good point. They were like, well, we knew what we were getting.
Exactly.
Like, we knew we were getting 100, cameos, and it was going to be stupid funny. So if you went into the movie being like, oh, it's terrible, it's like, well, you should have known what you're getting yourself into.
Exactly.
Home Alone 2, the concept would be interesting because I think it would be cool if like the same thing happened to like Kevin's kids, right? So if you're with me on this, like maybe Macaulay Culkin is now, or Kevin McAllister is now like a wealthy businessman. And he doesn't get to come home because the airport's delayed for snow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then all of a sudden there's like a, burglary thing happened in the neighborhood, and then he calls his kids and tells them what to do.
Oh, that would be kind of fun.
That'd be my concept.
That'd
of a
be
pitch.
kind of fun, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
hey, make sure you get the basement cleared out. There's this goo at this place you want to put on the floor. They fall for it every time. Make sure you have an iron in the ceiling because they'll pull the rope and it'll hit them in the head. Do this. Dad, how do you know all this stuff? Trust me.
Yeah.
I know.
That's fun. I just got goosebumps thinking about it that way. That would be kind of cool.
Kind of how I think I would kind of put it in my perspective. Now, again, like I don't write for Hollywood. Well, really nobody does anymore.
Right.
Except for Christopher Nolan. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not mad about that. Again, Christmas time is always very repetitive for me. It always starts around the same time. I know your wife's already probably got the house decorated. Some people are like that, and I cherish that because Christmas does just bring out this aura of you where you're like, oh, right.
But as soon as Halloween's over, she'll start, I hear it every day, 25 more Fridays, or whatever it is.
You're like, next Sunday is the last Sunday without football.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that, every Christmas is the same thing for me because it's, around like the 11th or 12th is when I'll start to get.
December?
Okay. Is when I kind of get into it. And that's normally like the first full weekend of December, the tree will go up, the decorations will come out, the tablecloth is there with the snowmen and the trees and all that, and all the stuff goes up. And then, at that point, if it's not Thursday night or Monday night or Sunday night and football's not on, I'll be like, all right, what Christmas movie do I want to watch tonight? Okay, tonight's Elf. Tomorrow night will be, I don't know, 4 Christmases with Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon. And then Christmas Eve is always the same. Every single year. It will never change. It is Home Alone 1, Home Alone 2, It's a Wonderful Life. And I'll cry every year. To my brother George, the richest man in town, tears pouring down my face. So that's every year for Christmas for me. It's 1 and 2, and I've probably already seen the first 2 3 other times in pieces until then. But yeah, that's just that tradition every year is just those 3 movies. That's my 2 that I grew up on, and then I was kind of like spoon-fed It's a Wonderful Life, and at the time, like, oh, this movie sucks. It's in black and white. Dad, why are you watching it? And then go to my mom's house. Why are you watching this movie? Because it's awesome. And then you get older, and you start to realize what it is. Like, your life is valuable. Maybe cherish it, even though things may not go your way, and you always want to be somebody that maybe you're not. You still have all these other things that matter, and if you didn't have them, your life would really suck. And I think that's kind of the narrative of that movie.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, It's a Wonderful Life. It shows you don't need dough all the time to be, somebody that can be awesome and have
Mr.
a great.
Potter's an ass.
Yeah.
Just give the money back. We don't have the movie. Why'd you hide the money from George? You want the moon, Mary? I'll give you the moon. I wish you would have said F you, Mr. Potter, instead of Merry Christmas, but you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, no, you can't do that. So, no, but I think Home Alone, would be great. And as you're talking, I'm thinking a little bit like the conversation we had yesterday. Maybe Home Alone is the Salvador Perez, version of a movie because it does touch every generation, just like Salvi does here in Kansas City. Every generation has been touched by Salvador Perez. And when you look at Home Alone, who do you know that hasn't watched and doesn't watch Home Alone at least one time every single year, no matter what age they are? Like my kids have loved Home Alone for 10 years, and they're 15 and 16 years old.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because, like, my, obviously, like, I'm 10 years younger than you, so all my buddies' friends or kids are, like, 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And one of the questions I always ask is, like, have you guys watched Home Alone already? Oh, gosh. First 2 already at least twice. I'm like, my kids love it. They love when they get, messed up with the bricks or they fall through the house and all that sort of stuff. So it is crazy how those go all the way through generation after generation after generation. Somebody says, here's an idea. Joe Pesci comes back out of prison like Debo and tries to get back at Kevin, and Kevin has his kids get him. Obviously, it's a Friday reference for the thing. But that's interesting.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci still do. Hell, Daniel Stern's still around.
He's still around, yeah.
Like they went from
you would all have them in it, yeah.
Yeah, they went from the Wet Bandits to the Sticky Bandits to the Gray Bandits. I guess they'd be older. I don't know what you would call them. So someone says they're making a Days of Thunder 2. When did that come out? 83?
I was going to say 88 or 89.
Was that before Rain Man or after Rain Man?
Oh, I don't know. I would say after.
I
think that's after.
Christmas Vacation is a must for them. Yeah, that gets thrown in the shuffle. No Christmas Story, no Christmas Story. I do not watch that movie.
I'm out on that one too.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's cool. It's a lot of people love it. Ralphie and the BB gun and the lampshade and leg and all that. It just never did it for me. Mine are just like more of my childhood, like the Grinch.
It just wasn't that good of a movie.
I also kind of love the nostalgia of watching the 3 like old cartoons, like the Frosty, the Rudolph, and the Grinch. Like that's like those are like 20 minutes. You can burn through that in like one sitting. So, somebody says call it Home Alone-ish because of today's technology. You have to say like all the does that movie hold up with all the like Ring cameras you have now? Like you'd know who's there now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when we were talking about a reboot of this, I'm thinking it's like Seinfeld. Like every episode now is simply solved by having your phone on you.
Fair.
You know? So how do you do it and make it a credible type of movie when we do have all this technology now, you know?
It would be interesting.
But people are still breaking into homes.
For sure. Yeah.
So it's still happening.
Yeah, like how would they get around the Ring app is the question. Because now the Ring app's like it's so advanced. It like tells you like how the person is walking and everything like that Brock from the old number 5 says Scrooged. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That's Bill Murray, right?
Yeah.
That's not bad. I kind of like Polar Express. It's creepy,
Good movie.
but I don't mind it.
Good movie. Fun movie. Nice movie.
Daniel, I knew that. Yeah, Daniel Stern does crazy artwork. I saw that. It's like Randy Johnson is a guitar player and photographer.
Photographer, yeah. Kenny Griffey Jr. is a photographer,
I
too.
wonder who's better between those two, Junior or Johnson. Who had the better nickname, the Unit or the Kid?
The Unit. The big unit. I mean, that's kind of...
You think it was?
Yeah. Not that I know, and I would tell you if I knew. I mean, but I never saw him. You didn't see as many baseball players as you did football players. I'll put it that way.
That's fair.
Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I remember the day I got broken into a locker room. It scared the hell out of me. Some new ones are good, like the Christmas Chronicles with Kurt Russell. Very good, very good.
Yeah.
That hit me pretty hard right at the beginning. What about Jack Frost with Michael Keaton?
I never saw that.
Oh, you should check that one out.
Yeah?
Pretty good movie.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the snowman.
Okay.
That's how he comes back in spirit. Jingle
Gotcha.
All the Way, obviously,
Good
another one
one,
that I'll
yeah.
watch all the time. Arnold, come on, Sinbad.
Yeah.
Is that
that's a good
Sinbad's
one.
last movie? I mean, like, after he did Ta-Ta, Turtle Man, did he never do another movie again?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't think the question of was that Sinbad's last movie would ever be asked to me, but
I never saw him again.
I know.
I saw Man of the House, Jingle All the Way, and then I never saw Sinbad again.
Where is Sinbad?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no clue. But no, good show today, guys. Good conversation.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow. We'll have
Q.
we'll have Q tomorrow at 9.
Binkley.
And then Binkley at 6:45. You know Binkley's ready. JT's with us tomorrow. Is that right? Is that what he raised his hand for? Or we still have Nathan
No, he's
tomorrow?
just saying hi.
Okay, JT's here. That's because he's coming up next with Cody
I'm
and
so proud of
Gold.
JT. He lost so much weight and looks so awesome.
Looking great.
Couldn't be prouder for you, man.
Well, he's in a relationship, Bob. I'm sorry to tell you that. But hey, I'm
Usually you
happy
get
to...
fatter.
That's right. Go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, stay groovy. Like we mentioned, it's Cody, it's Gold, and it's JT next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your